Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you are new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
Before we start in the workplace security, you need to have understanding on the security policy. First, we will be covering you the security policies. What kind of security issue you are seeing? There are some kind of policies that you need to be aware that will let you troubleshoot your security issue. We will be covering the first security policies for you that where your security issue is there, you will be directing there and will be fixing your security issue. That is on the security policies. Then comes your constraint versus unconstrained. Constraint versus unconstrained security is something its type of security group. Whether you're going with constrained security group or unconstrained security group, you must be aware what is the definition of constraint. What is the definition of unconstrained? How does that behave? If you are aware of this, you will be aware of choosing your security type action, whether it can be constrained or unconstrained. You should be able to. Then we are going to cover. So security groups here your types of security comes here. The first important thing that you need to be aware in types of security group is the role based security group. How does it can be created? How does it works? How does kind of support request comes? How do you handle that is something role based security can come actually, and then comes user based security group. User based security group, we will be learning and we will be getting that there is a small limitation in this tenant with the user based security group. I'll tell you when. We're talking about this. And then location membership security. How can you restrict access? Based on the location, some important. I'm not noting all the security groups. If you are aware of these important security groups, all the basic security should be able to handle. Then rule-based security group. Based on rule, you will be configuring security group actually 5 job-based security group. Then intersection security group, which will be logical security group. Where you define a logic and based on that, your security will work actually. Then comes segment-based security group. The specific segment you can actually grant access. This covers both your basic security and advanced security. If you are able to handle this, you should be able to handle any other security group. I did not mention integration security group, but when we actually create integrations, we can actually learn integration security groups also. But I can add this. If you are aware of this, you should be able to handle any integration security to set up. Also, that comes with the security groups. Actually, here we will be learning creation of the security groups and testing the security group. Only one limitation. I have with user-based security group, which I cannot test and show in this tenant, but I can walk through on the entire process of creation, but the rest of all of the things we should be able to. That is only in this channel, but in real time, you should be able to. Got it as long as. And the next thing is authentication policies. What are the authentication policies that you must be aware when you are configuring in integration perspective, when you are configuring any new users to get an access or set of groups? That to get access, how do you get them authenticated when they're accessing something? It's something that we learning through authentication policies. Got in then? After authentication policies, from till here, you'll be getting complete picture of the security. How does that issue? It works somehow. Then coming to the technical. The technical area, if you are working on integration side, if you are working on any kind of third party application side, how to get access to those, something related to APIs. API security, meaning that how do you register an API and get control to that API? The other thing is, whatever you have SAML set up, and Active Directory, there is no security setup required for Active Directory. Active Directory is a different system, and Workday is a different system. What Active Directory needs? It needs users from Workday. Why it needs users from Workday? To create email account for that user. There needs to be integration set from Workday to Active Directory that whenever new employee joins Workday system, there should be an automated system, whether through integration or through any process, either through notification process. Active Directory dream to be notified that these are the users, joined organization, and they are in Workday. Once they are in Workday, to get access to other applications. You'll be having internal applications outside of Workday. To get access to those applications, your Active Directory dream will be sharing access to that email throughout your internal applications. When they share Active Directory access, they will be able to access other internal applications. And that is a kind of interface that you can see. Security side, you don't have any setup that you will still be making for Active Directory. One is a basic employee integration that you will be creating, and that integration will be sharing the list of users to Active Directory, and they'll be configuring the details. That is on the Active Directory. But if you want a kind of basic understanding, how do we actually configure notifications? How do we actually send list of users to Active Directory? We can actually just see how it can be configured through integration or through business process notifications. And AP covers even web service access, NPA security, and web services also I can add here. This covers almost all the security and outside of this. If you have any specific requirements, you can tell me, we can note, and we can have that one question. The thing is, some people are migrating from X system to Y. What are the procedures? We have to follow those real-time scenarios. If you that does not come out of security action, that is a kind of data conversion process actually. What they are saying, they say we have already have some security groups aligned who already stored with us. That as it comes data only, what kind of basically we need to look around in security perspective. They said my X system does these kind of security groups. How it going to be affecting the Workday side? That completely on data side or anything that's the work that people are saying, people are talking about. Some of the interviews I went and they did fail. They're asking, my system is having this user. How we are going to migrate this user in the security side? It's going to be seamless, or what are the steps you are going to involve? How you are going to test it? Those scenarios they are asking. Even some of them they interviewed. The people were asking, if you are applying, they will ask whatever they are. But some of them, they ask me these questions also. Basically, anyone who is getting into Workday from third-party system should be a user now. If anyone that has to come into Workday should undergo hiring process action, that person has to be hired into the system. We cannot. Let's say there are 100 members that you are planning to move from legacy system to Workday. You cannot hire 100 members in one go. No, you cannot hire all the 100 members in one go, because higher business process will have approval process. If we undergo that approval process, hiring will take a lot of time. Actually, to avoid that, what we will be doing is we will be automating. Hire process into Workday all those 100 identified users from SAP system or any other system. You can take that part of the system. If there are 100 users that you wanted to hire into Workday, we need to automate all those things, your integration, whatever. Your data conversion integration that you're managing, that integration should have. Higher web service access, actually higher web service access should have. That will allow hiring those 100 team members into Workday. Without that higher web service access, security access, integration will not be able to perform hiring those 100. That will be a blocker. One question. Let's say the 100 users are in SAP example. They move to Workday, whatever. The hypothesis and all this integration happened and everything. There was some security. Those users can do this kind of activity. Those are the users can do act. The whatever the rules they were doing in SAP will automatically, once they hire in the Workday, will commit or doing again. Create security policy for new users also. That security is different and Workday security is different. No, we will be defining security separately in Workday. Automatically, when employee gets hired into the system, when employee gets hired into the system, there will be a default security group called employee as self. Actually, the Workday delivered security group will be there. Any employee who gets hired into the system will become part of this security group employee as self. Whatever the default, access this employee as self security group has any employee who gets hired inside of. In spite of getting additional security to them, this employee or self-security group will allow them to perform all their self-service activities. If you wanted to see your own compensation, if you wanted to initiate your goals to your manager, if you wanted to submit your leave request, if you wanted to initiate your compensation review process, automatically employee self-security group will get all this access, and that will allow you to perform all these activities because there is a delivered security group Workday offers. Anyone who gets into the Workday will become the member of the security group who will be getting default access. Outside of this access, if anyone wants to get additional access, additional security access, that comes with this one action. It comes with security policy, what they need to perform, what action that they need to perform. They just wanted to view the data or edit the data, or they need to perform any kind of transactions in the Workday. That depends upon that kind of requirements that we will be assigning security accordingly. Once you are aware of the basic concept of security policy, if any security request comes to you, you will be able to understand what security to be assigned. If you are migrating any users from other system to Workday, you will not migrate there. Security and your Workday will not be accepting that. Also, you'll be hiring them whatever. The operational information, the compensation of that employee, and any kind of leave absences that are there for that employee in the system, all those things can be migrated. I didn't implement anything, some generally. The partners will come, the partners will migrate, all those things. Generally, that I am looking, the positions are client side. I mean, basically the employer side, not partner side, the partners, whoever came from some Workday or some Deloitte or somebody, they will come and they implement some. They migrate from SAP to Workday, for example. They have taken care of all these things, or what they do in general partners. Or even sometimes partners are also calling me. If you are saying you work for many years, or experience 4 years or 3 years, will you come and work on us? What exactly can you do? All those things they are asking. Generally, the partner will take care of all those things whenever they are migrating likeness app to Workday. Generally, people do the other one. Partner only will do actually. The data conversion is part of implementation activity. But in customer organization, the resource has a skill set they can actually do. The data conversion is part of the one of the implementation that will be called as a data transformation. Workday implementing is one way and Workday transforming is one way. Actually, let's say I work for one of the US based organization where that US based organization was domestic initially. They were using Workday for domestic US purposes actually. And then later on, they decided that they wanted to expand Workday to all international users. As part of this international expansion, who are all the international users that are there in the system, has to come into the Workday system. Here, Workday is already implemented. Workday is already implemented, and we need to get all the international users to the Workday system. Actually, they might be in SAP, they might be in Oracle, they might be in PeopleSoft, any system. The process is same actually. Process is what do? Actually do a kind of data mapping. What are the things that they have? Their salary, basically compensation. They have and they have their performance reviews to be uploaded, and they have the absence related things that need to be uploaded. All these things we will gather and upload them into Workday in a Workday understandable language actually. Workday understand only Workday templates. Actually, we will add all those details to Workday template, which are called EIB inbound templates. Even a partner will be doing the same, and customer also will be doing the same because this is a straightforward way. Actually, partners have multiple other options through iLoads actually, but they'll be using even EIB for transforming the data from legacy system to work data actually. When they are doing that, implementer will have enough access because implementer account will get default access. They don't need any other security groups. Actually, if you're working for a partner company and if they need to support any customer organization, they don't need any security group actually. They don't need to have integration administration security group. They don't need to have a security administrative security group. All the security. These are not required for implementation partner actually because they will be getting implementer account actually. Implementation partner will be getting implementer account that will get them access on complete tenant. They can access anything in the tenant without any security group with just their implementer account. They don't need any security. With that access, they will be able to perform any kind of console configuration or security. Configuration or data interfaces actually only customer organization resource who is not a partner if they are actually performing data conversions, performing data configurations, performing security configurations. They need a kind of different security. If you wanted to create a security group as a customer resource in your own customer organization, you need to be a security administrator. Else, you will not be able to create anything related security. If you wanted to create any integration in Workday system, you need to be integration administrator. You need to have integration permissions action. Only you'll be able to create integration. If you wanted to perform any kind of configuration in Workday, you need to be having a kind of administrator access to that particular module. If you're absence administrator, you can perform any kind of absence related configurations. If you're a payroll administrator, you can perform any payroll related configuration. But for implementer, all these are not required. Actually, with just one implementer account, they can manage anything in Workday. That comes with their implementation certification actually. Whatever their organization who is into partner support kind of things. Once the integration resource, the partner consultant gets certified, they'll be authenticated to it. Whenever they are supporting any new Workday, customer Workday will get them implemented. Access, not you and me will get them as a kind of customer resource. We will not be able to provide them access hardly, be able to set their username and password. That is the maximum thing that we can do. But setting implement account is what Workday will do for them. With that, they can perform all those activities. That's on the hiring part. Then we can see whatever the listed topics that we have. Outside of that, in general discussion, we can cover most of the things. But any specific topics that you have in your mind other than what we have listed. One question may be generally, whenever we are maybe one of the above listed items, covers are generally, we can see some kind of reports, who is accessing our system, what kind of error. We are seeing what kind of reports are security activity report. There are, I don't. No, there are, but I don't know. Some other reports, sign on reports. What are the important reports? What are the topics? Some people are asking what caps you use or audit report, whatever. How to basically outside of this some operational stuff also you need to do undergo. Because if you're looking for a specific security positions, some kind of internal audits and external audits. This will be a kind of additional responsibility. SOX compliance thing, these kind of outcomes under audit. You undergo all the audits to be compliant to SOX actually. All the responsibility is something in operations. What are the security changes that are happening in the system and whether those security changes have authentication, whether they are approved, they have gone with proper ticketing process. And all you'll be doing as part of internal audit and whatever you have audited, you'll be submitting audit report to external auditor and they'll be ensuring that are these all as per the SOX complaints are not done. That people are asking those, are you working on SOX or are you working on GDPR? Or how we implemented all those things, those are the things, and maybe some vendors are asking those questions. Another thing. This is based on anything else. I don't know. I mean, you might know because you are allowed to work. You have experience, 10 years of experience. in Workday. What all that are needed, I have listed actually. Some things I might have worked, but I don't know whether you would be needing that or not, and I will not be able to relate to your requirements. Such kind of things, if you have any specific things that you have, whatever the security related knowledge that needs to be shared, I've listed all those topics actually. All those topics I've listed types of security we're going with, multiple types of security. And we are also talking about a SAML setup that you would be needing. And integration security is part of the integration security group. And business process security will be talking in the policies actually. With that, we should be able to be in a kind of stage where all the security related concepts are added in work. You're saying that governance related activities for SOCs and things, such kind of things, if you heard anything or if you wanted to know how that can be, I would to know because people are asking those of the questions. Some people are asking, how did you implement it? All those things that people are asking. And some other things, they're asking those things. Maybe if I come across no, maybe I saw somewhere this among some kind of what is that? Examples or some I don't know. I'll share that information while going forward. Maybe if I needed some. Share those things if you wanted to get some kind of knowledge on those as we should be able to cover before you start learning something about or before you start knowing something about security. You first need to know the policies in security. Security, we call it as typically security policies actually. We have one as a business process security policy. Second one is a domain security policy. What is difference between these two? Do. Generally domains are its task kind of reports, whereas business process is initiate and approve board. Something those things. Business process, somebody has to initiate, somebody has to approve. Those come under business processes, whereas domains, if you create a report, if you create a new task, or anything that comes under domains. Business process security policy allows you to perform business process transaction. Business process transaction. The transaction can be initiation, approval, cancel. Reside, reside, correction. These are all comes under business process transaction. Whenever someone is able to perform these things or someone is not able to perform these things, security fix or security troubleshoot that you need to make is the security area of the business process. When manager says that manager is not able to approve the leave request submitted by employee, what's the policy that comes under leave and absence? You need to see leave and absence, business processes. No. What policy that comes under? I'm not talking about the process. Business process basically, it comes under business security policy where you need to go to that particular business process and see whether that employee has security group added to the approval or not. You need to check that. The first step. that you can troubleshoot your security issues, and then after that look for any other things actually. Is security policies is the first thing that you need to understand before you start knowing something more about the security. Business process allows you to perform that, whereas domain security policy allows you to view the data or modify the data. It can be view, modify, and also when coming to the integrations, it comes as a get and put action. The same domains you can add to the integration at get or put. When you are adding at get level, it will be sending the data. Permissions will allow integration to pick the data. Put is something which will allow integration to insert the data into workplace. Your domains comes into the picture wherever you want to view the data or modify the data or get the data or put the data. When it is integration, get and put comes. But when it is standard data views, your view and modify can come. These are the few things that first you need to know before you start exploring more on the security part. Now then next comes to the constrained versus unconstrained. Constrained versus unconstrained is nothing but your type of security. Constrained versus unconstrained. Do the difference between these two. Constrained means restrictions unconstrained. Not restricted, that's what high level I know. Constrained access will restrict your access based on the organization. You can restrict your access based on the organization. Let's say, for example, you have HR partner, constrained security group, and when you assign this to any person, that person should be restricted based on the restricted access because we have created this HR partner under constrained security. When you are assigning and this constrained security to anyone, that access should be restricted based on the organization. Let us say HR partner is assigned for India company. Company is nothing but organization. You are restricting your access based on the organization. Now HR partner is assigned to one of the folk for India company. What that person will be able to perform all the HR activities for that India. But when the person tries to perform the same activity for US employee, system will restrict because you are assigned with constrained security and that constrained security is limited to India. You cannot access US employees' data. Is what that employee, that person who is assigned with HR partner role will be restricted. While creating HR partner, we are constrained and now we are giving only India company. Can we ask multiple companies at the same time? India and the same HR partner, the same person, let's say Amit is assigned with HR partner for India. Amit is able to perform all the HR activities for India employees and for time being Amit is assigned for US also. Then you can assign US company to Amit for HR partner. You'll be able to get all the access for US employees as similarly for Canada, similarly for Australia. If you keep on adding that can company level Axios security will provide to that person. That's how generally role-based security will work actually. You assign a role to a person for a specific security, for the specific permissions under that specific organization. It can be based on company, it can be based on cost center, it can be based on location or location hierarchy. anything you can actually create and restrict your access based on the organization, and that person will have access to performance. These activities only for that specific organization is organization level basically. Constrained. Generally, yes, constrained security will be based on your organization. When you are setting up your organization, when you're setting up your constrained security, it will ask you whether you want to have the security, constrained security to be inherited to all the organizations or not, or restrict to current organization or not. It will ask when you're creating a constrained security. The first thing that deals with constrained security is a role-based security. Role-based security, and when you're creating a role-based security, first you need to create a role. A role. Your system will ask at which organization level that you want to assign this level, either at company level or cost center level or location level or at super level. It will ask, and based on that, when you select that, that role will be assigned to that specific entity, and when you assign some permissions to that and assign to any person, that person will be getting access to view the company. If you have signed at company level employee, the user will be able to get access. But on a cost center level, who are part of the cost center will be getting access. Who are part of location supervisor organization will be getting access with the security from the role-based security. Role-based security is nothing but which will be restricted for organization types actually. A specific person can be assigned with a role for specific organization. That person will be getting all the access related to that organization but will not be able to for other organization. Basically, constrained access is restricted based on the organization. Is it clear? It's clear. Basically, role-based security group will be dealing with all the constrained access. And most of the recurring projects that we typically see in real time. One is performance review, the other one is compensation review, the other one is benefits. Enrollment, these are all the recurring projects that will be happening every year in the system. Whenever these recurring projects come, you will be getting a lot of security requests from your stakeholders. Hey, can you get me access for the US company because I wanted to? I am a performance reviewer for India company, or I am a performance reviewer for this organization. Get me access to handle this one. When you get such kind of request, you play around with assigning that security to that person. It's for that company that access will be restricted to perform any kind of performance review activities to your employee. That's on the constraint one action. Example, you can take compensation, partner benefits, partner recruiting, partner payroll. All these are constrained security groups. Specifically on the role-based area, you will be seeing the same naming convention for all the customers. When you see that compensation partner or benefits partner or any of the security group with partner, your understanding should be these are constrained security groups, specifically role-based one where access is restricted at company level or cost level or location level or org level, anything that can be in real time, but as a sample. You should be able to see that the same naming convention that every organization follow and all Your security will be assigned to these constrained security groups. We will be performing an activity and test that one also. That you will be whatever we are talking, you should be seeing the same experience when we do an activity. Now unconstrained one. Unconstrained is unlimited access. Unconstrained is unlimited access where there is no limitation in the security. When you are assigning personal information for unconstrained security group, typically take an example as user-based security group. User-based security group is one of the security group that is having no limits, no limitations. It won't work based on the organization restrictions actually. It does not have any restrictions also. When you create a user-based security group, when you assign a security group called HR administrator, HR administrator is a user-based security group. All the administrator is a security group. Benefit administrator, comp administrator, all these are a. When you're implementing your Workday, you'll be setting up all those things. All the standard security groups, if you are building core HR, if you're implementing core HR, you'll be first creating HR administrator security group and then HR partner security group. What all the role-based security groups should be under core HR? What all the user-based security groups should be from core HR? You'll be shortlisting them and you'll be first creating them and give permission that will allow you to perform some activities in Workday. Your user-based security will be basically with administrator. For every model, there will be user base security group that starts with her benefits, company recruiting, payroll kind of initiative that you have. One question here, user-based security. We are HR administrator. We can do only HR related stuff. Benefit administrator is benefit administrator. He cannot have access to benefits or any other administrations. If you are identified as a HR operations team member and if you are a global HR, you will be assigned with HR administrator. If you are a regional HR, you will be assigned with role-based constraint security called HR partner. Your access is restricted for only that particular country. But if you are a global HR, where you should be having access to manage all the employee HR data, be it employee from India, be it employee from ES, be it employee from Australia, be it from Canada, anything. If I are identified as a global HR, you should be getting HR administrator access. That will give you access to perform any activity from any area of the country or any area of the organization that you have in your organization. But they do not have access to benefits or anything else. We will not have. A benefits team will have benefits administrator. There will be a benefits team. They will have benefits administrator. Compensation team will have compensation administrator. Recruiting team will have recruiting administrator. Only Workday team member will have all the security groups. Because Workday team members will be supporting all the modules, they will have all the HR administrators, recruiting administrators, everything working team members will have because they need to support all the modules. If HR is there, HR will support only HR area, will not support benefits. No, there will be a separate benefits team action. Benefits will not take care of HR because there is HR already. Each business team will have business team. The security group assigned separately. We will not have any other security group added to them because that won't, as per SOC, as per other security policies. You cannot give HR benefit permissions. You cannot give HR with compensation permission. You cannot give HR with anything related to recruiting, anything related to payroll, anything related to learning. You will not give these permissions to HR. Actually, HR is responsible to perform all the HR activities. That's it cannot have access to benefits data, cannot have access to compensation data, cannot have access to any other data, will not have it. Another question, anything is inherited or in a user based or now? User based will not get inherited actually. User base is assigned at a user level manually, but whereas constraints, security group called role based security, that will get inherited actually, that will get inherited. Top level organization to bottom level subordinate organization. User base is assigned at user level, it is assigned manually, but role based. Security group is assigned at employee role level, actually, which will be when you're creating a role. There will be an option for you whether you want to have this role to get inherited or not. Based on that option, it will be getting inherited to all the employees of that organization. You're a manager and you're having a role based security group called HR partner, and you're hiring another person under you. As a manager, when the role is assigned for you as HR partner, when the other person is assigned to you as a subordinate for you, automatically your role will get inherited to that person. While creating itself, we need to check mark. Basically, you need to build down. When you are creating a role based security, we have an option whether this role to be inherited to all the organizations or whether this role to be inherited to specific organizations or do not have any inheritance or should be assigned at a specific level manually. Third level, let's say your organization is first level. You wanted to have this role to be inherited at 10th level. You'll be hard coding the 10th level there that your inheritance will happen to only 10th level organization. Setup be doing in our security group setup creation process. Anything is now default that is from coming from Workday. These are even this is security groups. Oh yes, any of these role based or user based default from. These are all we need to create actually. There are some delivered security groups in Workday that are employee as self-contingent worker, as self-contingent worker, as self. These are the delivered security. The moment you hire any employee, automatically that employee will be assigned with this employee as self-security. The moment you hire a contractor, automatically that contractor will be assigned with a contingent worker as a self-secretary. Whatever permission that employer self, contingent worker self have, they'll be able to manage that actually. Basically, employer self will be provided with self-service access to view their own information involved, their compensation information, their performance information, their job information, anything they can view from the employee self-security. They can perform their own activities, but employer self-security will not allow you to view another employee compensation data or another employee's benefit data or another employee sensitive data. It will not allow you to manage your own data. Can we override or we cannot? We can override, we can't add any additional permission that you wanted to give for employee as self. You can do. That's how employee can actually manage their activities. Employee managers can see their data. Let's say my manager can see my data. I can even my manager above my level. This Actually, that comes with role-based security group. Be creating a manager role and be assigning that manager role at supposed organization level and assign a person into that. Let's say there is a supervisor organization called Workday HR, where the HR team has a supervisor organization, has 10 team members. When you're assigning manager role for anyone with this organization, that person will be able to get access for these 10 employee data. Even the managers also, it won't come as factory, I mean work, the default. That manager is not a default security manager, is something that we need to create. Manager is a role by security that we're creating. It's not a default security group. Got it? If you're a manager and you're by default, you'll be getting your team members access. And tomorrow your HR will be requesting help for other organization that manager is going off for 10 days or 15 days, but performance will be happening. Can you actually take care of you? No, approving those performance requests that employees will be making and you'll be getting. There's some kind of any information from the manager who's is going on leave, that person will be sharing the information and your HR will be requesting, can you take care of this supervisor organization in that person's absence? What they'll be doing is they'll be getting you access, same manager role for the other supervisor organization. They'll be adding in your profile manager access for other supervisor organization that you'll be getting access to other supervisor organization members and they can perform the same activities. Got that comes with constrained unconstrained access. Unconstrained, basically this naming convention would be this one actually. This is for all the customers. User based security group is a powerful security group that will allow you to perform unconstrained access. If you are assigning HR administrator to someone, that person will be able to access HR data globally. If you are assigning benefits admin for anyone, that person will be able to get access to all the benefits data globally. There is a reason why anyone who requests you to assign a user based security group cannot be considered as a request actually. Just on the request, you cannot go and assign user based security to anyone because that gives wide access to employee data. That gives wide access in the sense more access to manage employee data. There is a reason just based on the request. You cannot create user based security and assign a person. You need to have some approval. And based on that approach, you'll be creating user based security group and assigned a person. How the request will come in that scenario. People request, I want to be part of a SA administrator when they need file a ticket or how the scenario is generally asking you through ticket or through email. Hey, can you get me HR administrator because I have joined? And then you have HR, I need to have access to multiple organizations. Can you get me HR administrative access? Just based on that request, you cannot go and add even the person is in higher role, director roles in a directory or VP role, anything, we will and not be caring about the role actually because we are about to take care of the security in Workday. Just based on the request, we cannot grant that security. You can response it, get access, get a kind of approval from and person who will be regional lead kind of things or HR lead kind of things. Once that person approves, you will be assigning the approval or is there a process that is also any business process to approve or even that scenario, no business process. You'll be asking someone to approve. Either through email or either through ticket, you'll be getting a kind of confirmation that go ahead and approve Go ahead and create a security for this person. There won't be any kind of business process approval. Business process is typically to manage the sequence of tasks. But this is not a kind of firm. Business process actor, because we don't have any kind of business process that takes care of this one. Got that we should be keeping in our mind whenever we are playing with user-based security group. Now coming to the types of security. 1. User-based, which we already discussed. Second is role-based, which we are going to discuss. Location membership. First, we will focus this as a kind of fundamental security groups. Then, once we are clear that we will go for advanced security groups intersection, job-based, segment-based kind of stuff, security group. User-based, we know that it is a powerful security group. It is assigned manually to the person. User-based security can be assigned manually in employee profile. If you wanted to assign user-based security to me, if you want to assign user-based HR and initial security to Amit, what you need to do, you need to go to Amit's profile. If you wanted to assign user-based security group to any employee, you need to assign it manually. Actually, you need to go to the employee profile and assign it to that person manually. Let's say you wanted to assign HR administrator to Amit. You need to go to Amit's security profile and assign. You send user-based security group manually. That way you will be assigning. Got. You will be assigning manually all the user-based security group. One question here. Let's say as per SOC compliance, a person should not have more than one role. HR administrator, benefits administrator. Can he or cannot he? That depends actually. That depends your work grid team member will be having all the administrator access. Your work grid team member will have all the administrator access because the work grid team members will be supporting all the application issues. Actually, if there is a kind of global HR lead or global people operations lead is one of the specific role you have. For the global people operations lead, that person's responsibility is to take care of HR as a compensation. If that is the case, you can go ahead and assign HR as a compensation administrator is associated with that person because that person will be the role itself will is to take care of compensation and HR. But compliance won't allow me here. It won't be interfering, intersect, anything. All these basically roles when you have a business requirement. You can justify that no. You can justify that oh. What you can do is or what you can do is for some. That's kind of similar requirements. You create one user-based security group called People Operations. People Operations. Whatever permission that you have assigned for HR admin plus home admin. Combine those permissions for People Operations administered. You create your own security group called People Operations Administrator and whatever permission that you have for these two, assign it to People Operations Admin. Rather than disturbing the security for this one and this one assign whatever required for People Operations Administrator. And tomorrow, if you wanted to restrict all All the HRs who are assigned with HR administrator should not get view access for employee gender information. If that is a kind of thing, you can go here and remove that gender domain access. This is a kind of a standard one. If your HR policy says that other than HRs, no one should have access to employee gender information. If that is the case, you will not be distributing the standard ones because these are definitely assigned to HR only. This is something we are actually making exclusion because there is a separate role that we have internally. And for that role, we are combining these roles. Whenever there is a decision that your internal HR team decided that other than HRs, no other security group should have access to view employee gender information. If there is a kind of security policy restriction that your HR has asked for, you don't need to go for HR admin and remove that gender because that's under a policy. But this is coming under outside of the policy where you can go and remove the gender related domains for people operations, admin action. You can exclude whatever permission that are not required because you are combining all the HR permissions and comp admin permissions to people operations admin. Here you can actually make any exclusions for this one. That way you can actually play around with the security that needs to restrict your because user-based security group not function as a role-based security group. When you give user-based security access to someone that will not have any restrictions, that person can view gender for any employee. Throughout the organization, that person can view personal information of any employee throughout the organization, can view compensation information for any employee throughout the organization because editor will start with HR data is nothing but worker data only. HR permissions, HR domains will be starting with worker data. All the domains that are having worker data domains will have worker data, personal info, personal information, personal information, personal information. Worker data, comp info, worker data, job information. All this thing will have all the worker. Data related are HR related domains actually. You need to exclude each domain for any kind of restrictions you were assigned it, worker data, personal information, anyone who is assigned with this domain for user based security group, that person will be able to access the person information throughout the organization. In respect of company cost center anything, in respect of the organization, the person will be able to access personal information for any employee in the organization. Similarly, comp info, similarly, job information, you can actually list on. Generally, by default, whenever we create a standard, as per the standard, all the administrative related security groups will by default give all the worker related permissions to HR administrator and benefits related permissions to benefit administrator. Recruiting related permissions to recruiting administrator will actually go in that way. But if anything needs to be included or anything needs to be excluded at domain specific level, you go with specific domain action that comes with each domain that you add to the security group, because when you are creating a security group, you will be anyways adding a domains at view level and modify level. There you can think of your a specific requirement that your organization has either this domain should be at view or this domain should be modified or this domain should not be. Part of the security group, you can actually plan for your security group creation accordingly for your requirement. In general, who will decide those? level of information management, or some business users might not have in-depth information of these kind of things actually. And if you're implementing Koha module, who will be the stakeholder for Koha? Model general, her team will be the stakeholder. They will not be having in depth understanding what security groups each HR should have, what security HR partners should have, what security group the others should have. They will not have a kind of in-depth understanding. They can high level they can understand. HR partners will be performing these responsibilities. HR administration will be performing these responsibilities, but they don't know these responsibilities requires which permissions. They will be not aware of this. Your implementation partners who will be implementing Workday product for you, they'll be having all the standards actually. They'll be having a kind of security checklist. They'll get that checklist. This is how we know this has to go. This is how we have implemented Core Earth for multiple other customers. These are the standards that we followed. You can see these standards. If there is anything that you wanted to include or exclude, we can actually do, and based on the configuration you can go ahead and perform some E8 user acceptance testing. You can perform once you're good. We can actually make this as a kind of final version of security for HR administrator. But if anyone in the customer organization who is having a kind of good command on the security, they can think of internally. We wanted to go with specific permissions for the HR partner should be having all these things, should not be having all these things. That person who is having a kind of product level manager role, that person can actually have a kind of discovery session with the implementation partner, because implementation partner is the one who will be implementing Workday. Your product owner can have a kind of discovery session. What all the impacts that we have, what all the kind of policies, standard policies that we can go with this. Your product manager can have a discovery session with your implementation partner and have your requirements finalized. One question, Amit, here. Let's say some people are coming on board in the implementations. They want to do that. We have a SAP earlier and they want to move to a SAP to Word. In that scenario, already people are working side. They have good experience or the securities, whatever. If they involve while the discussion is happening, where they start, those people will start security perspective with Workday implementers. Definitely they'll be involved. Actually, they'll be understanding the difference in, they'll be sharing their experiences with SAP. We are having the security. Isn't, can we have the similar kind of security for Workday also? All the managers should be performing these activities. All the users should by default have this access. All the specific users should have this access. They'll share their SAP experience. They'll check whether Workday can offer this solution or not. If Workday is offering, can we actually tweak as per our current requirements? They can definitely involve in all the security. Disk for any implementation that you are going, it will not just go with the requirements. You share the requirements and implementation. Partner will not consider that as a kind of finalist and go. For implementing that one, there should be a kind of multiple level of discovery sessions for each of the implementation module. If you're going with core HR, what is the conversion? How are you getting the data to Workday? And if it is something related to core configuration, what kind of core configuration that you wanted to have? What are the business processes that you wanted to use? What are the security groups that you wanted to have here? And what are the permissions each security group should have? All these things here. implementation partner will be dealing with each of the modules. For each of the modules, there will be a discovery session. And as part of the discovery sessions, you are required will get finalized. Actually, as per the first level of finalization, all these configurations will be made in first implementation tenant once user acceptance testing is completed in first implementation tenant. You can plan to move all those set of configurations to other tenant. Actually, the implementation tenant, whatever that they promise that they are going to implement there, and we have to test it on the tenant. Whether we are working or not working, will they create some kind of test users or how it works basically? Or they use real-time users in the sense any implementation that you're making, if it is a brand new implementation tenant, if it is a brand new, if you don't have Workday, you're getting everything from the scratch. You're actually going with the demo tenant, you'll be first configuring all the users. You'll be configuring all the security groups, business process, then co-configuration, then get all the conversions. Actually get all your legacy data into your implementation and perform testing. But if there is any other model, let's say you have all the Workday HR modules already implemented, and if you're trying to implement the benefits module for years, you have all the users that are already there in the system. You can play around with those users. Those users are temp users or what users? Your Workday users actually. End users can be, business users can be, whoever can be. You'll be having all the list of the data in your tenant. If you're assigning, let's say there are 3,000 employees in your use actually, 3,000 employee headcount of employees in AS. Now you are implementing benefits model for all AS employees. Now you are doing that implementation in your implementation tenant where all these 3,000 users will be part of that implementation tenant. When you are done with all your configurations, when you're done with all your security setup related to business process, all the things are completed. Now you're going for testing. How you're going for testing? Assign these benefits to employee and ensure that those are populating correctly or not, and when you are integrating those are returning correctly or not, you'll ensure that action any implementation tenant outside of core HR. If you are doing any implementation, that should be a copy of your production. Actually, that tenant should be a copy of your production that you can assign all the benefits to real users and see whether they're actually getting the benefits populating on. Or if you wanted to play around first with some dummy users, you might ask Workday team, hey, can you get us 10 or 15 dummy users created for us that we can test some benefits plans assigned to those dummy users and see whether those are populating correctly or not. In that way also you can do dummy users. That is a fake user sign. We can create them and have them assigned with benefits, permissions and all. Who will create that? Users of Workday or Workday will be creating actually. Create users, in essence, hiring an employee. That's it. When you wanted to create a user, how can you create a user? You cannot create a user. Just create user task. We don't have a task. Test. When you wanted to create a user first, that user must be an employee, or a contingent worker, anything. You need to hire that employee as per the process that you have defined, and then that candidate will become, that person will become member of the workplace system. Then use that member for all your testing. Got it? But one question here. You mentioned that is the process we are as a customer side. We want to implement the Workday. When they want to create those users, it comes with their default or how it going to. We ask, Workday said we are going to give 10 users for dumb users. Then we don't give any users. we will be creating action. Workday will not give any users. What Workday will do is Workday will actually, if we wanted to have any kind of standard test cases that we wanted to test, Workday can actually get that. If Workday is a partner, sometimes some organizations won't go with proper implementation partner. If they have enough skills internally, if they have their team internally who can manage the implementation, they'll take Workday support actually. Workday can be a partner for you and you can actually take care of your implementation. You can take care of your configurations. You can take care of your business process. You can take care of your integrations and all. Customer resource will be taking care, but Workday will be guiding you. Actually, as per the implementation plan, they will be guiding you, and during that scenario, you can actually request Workday. Since we are new for implementing and our team is not a certified partner, but still they are doing, can you get us any kind of list of test cases that we can use for testing our implementation? They can get you a kind of list of test cases where you can test and ensure that all the functionalities are covered in your configurations. Got understood why I was asking recently in the back. One guy, they started they implemented a system. That guy is asking me completely focused on testing side. How do you test these things? What are the test cases you are taken care of? What happened? I was confused. It was the last time. I didn't expect that guy to ask those questions. When I was thinking, testing plays an important role in the implementation. Actually, there are multiple levels of testing. If you're having multiple implementation tenant once your first level of implementation is done and your user testing, your first unit testing is performed by configurators. And if you're sure that unit testing went, you'll be getting all your business users to test that one. Once the business user tests that one, you'll copy this implementation to other tenant and have some other set of users to perform testing there. That multiple test levels of testing will be performed to ensure that everything is working fine or not. Got. I was confused now. I had that idea. What are the things that will be covered will be based on the configuration requirement. If you are going with HR when you hire an employee should get hired. And all the restrictions that you have made at business process level should allow to process those conditions. Testing those things, and when you're moving a worker from one supervisor organization to other supervisor organization, what all the consideration that you need to make all those testings you'll be considering for HR actually, similarly for learning, similarly for payroll. All this goes with the same sequence, but module will be different actually. Got it. That's with the consideration that you'll be making with the security during implementation. Now we understood how user-based security group will work and we understood how role-based security group will work. To create a role-based security, we need to follow certain steps actually, but for creating a user-based security group, it's simple. Just creating user-based security group, assign permissions, add it to the user manually. That's kind of simple, but plays an important role actually. But role-based security group, we have multiple steps that we can perform. If you see my screen, the first step, we can create a role. Actually, we need to create a role and enable that role to specific organization to company call center. Any organization supervisory location, hierarchy, also company hierarchy also you can assign. You can create a role and enable that role to any of these organizations, or you can assign for all organizations also when you assign for all these organizations, and you can restrict your access at company level or at cost center level or supervisory level or at location level or company hierarchy level also if you are not giving company here. If you are not making your role enabled for company and you have enabled for cost center supervisory location hierarchy, and after that you think that you wanted to have restriction to be made at company level, then you can edit the role and add company. But if you're not giving company here and you want to restrict access at company level, if you take company there, your company will not pop up. Actually, your company will not be returning any data because you have not enabled at company level here. You have just enabled at cost and center supervisory location hierarchy when you're creating a role. You can restrict your access only at these organizations levels. One question here, do we need to follow a second way possibly to create cost level or cost we need to be or any order, or no, this will be already created. Cost center organizations will be already created before you create a role. This will be already created. When you are creating a role, you will enable this role for these organization types actually. You will have an option to select cost center, supervisory location, company. All these options you will have. You will select those options. Then, once you have your role created, by selecting this option, you will be creating a role-based security group. Role-based security group will create a role-based security group. There you will be defining, and before you define, there you will use whatever role that you have created here. In the first step, you will assign this role to role-based security. Assign role created above to role-based security group. Once you assign your role to the role-based security group, third thing is how your inheritance has to flow. Handle your inheritance, how your security to be inheritance, whether it to be inherited to the all subordinates or blank subordinates, such a way you can actually select your inheritance actually. Then, once you have your inheritance selected, submit your role-based security group. Now you have completed a setup of creating a role-based security group, but you have not assigned any permissions. Then the next thing is assigning permissions, assigning domains and BP security policies. If anything related to BP, assigning domains and BP policies to the role-based security group that you created and then activate that one. This will get all the permissions to your role-based security. Then once you have security with all the activated permissions, then last, assign this to assign to user with, because role-based is something constraint. One, you have both constraint and constraint actually, constraint and unconstrained. Also you have in role-based, but in majority cases you will not create role-based constraint because user-based is already behaving in the same way. No. User-based is already behaving in an unconstrained with unlimited access. You specifically no need to go with unconstrained role-based actually. In majority cases, You will not create role-based unconstrained one. For any constrained one, unconstrained one with unlimited permission requirements that you have, first you go with user-based security group. Only requirement that you take in majority of the cases is role-based constraint 1 actually. When you are creating constraint 1, all this comes into the picture. All the steps, whatever we were discussing, all this comes into the picture. Now assign user to this role actually. Assign user to this role. At any org level because you can restrict security at organization level. Now you can assign this role to any person at any organization level. That security will be restricted to that organization. This is the whole process of managing your role-based security group. This is a widely used security also. It's in majority cases or mostly used support request that you get for rule-based constraint security group. That would be on the rule-based. And the next comes location action. If you wanted to restrict access based, the location, let's say one of the use case that I'll give you during COVID time, when we had a kind of heavy COVID and when we're just coming out of the code, there was a program called Return to Work program has started or by almost all the organizations. When Return to Work program has started, Workday has launched a new business process called ADD, vaccination business process, which will allow employee to add their vaccinations to Workday's system that it check and track and ensure that all their employees are compliant with the vaccination shots. Now, at some countries, this was a restricted. Actually, how can you take employees' personal information of their vaccination? This is not a legal kind of things somewhere. Some countries were restricting this policy, but some countries were allowing this just to track whether their employees got vaccinated or not. Now, yes, is one among the list where they were able to track all the vaccination that employee has got. And with the new feature that Workday has got during that time, add vaccination business process, where all the US locations should have an access to add their vaccination to the system. For such kind of cases, your location membership security group will come. You can create a security group with all the use locations and assign permissions to that one. And that will allow all the employees who are part of that location security group will be able to add vaccination into Workday. And later on, if you can, Canada coming into the picture, you can add Canada locations. And after that, Australia is coming to the picture, add Australia permissions. You can keep on adding the locations for the location-based security group, and that will give permissions to the permissions that we have added, that they can actually add the vaccination to the system. We have location-based security group will work actually. One question, are we going to create this cost center supervisor or company level? And we will go how? We will not be creating because all those things will be already there. We are going to restrict at organization level, and when we are testing, we will be specifically picking up employees of that cost center or that company. And validate that this is a training tenant. Whatever the cost center that we have and created might not work actually. Whatever the cost centers or companies that would have come with this tenant by default, we can actually go with that and test that. That will be accurate actually, because for testing that one, Let's say if I wanted to test one of the permissions for one of the employee that we have hired, this system will not allow you to proxy as that person, because in order to test, we need to proxy as that person. No, if you want to test that person is getting the permissions or not, you need to proxy as that person and test that this tenant, the tenant provider has not given access for us to test with the users that we have created actually. The default user that has come with this tenant, Jacqueline, Logan, McNeil, Steve Morgan. These are all the default users that have come with the tenant itself. We can proxy as them and test whatever the testing that we need to perform on security side. Got those companies would be something GMS US, GMS Canada, GMS Australia. These are all the default companies in the system. We can pick any employees from these companies and proxy as them, assign security, and see whether they are able to get access or not. Only one restriction that we have in the security area is we cannot assign user-based security to anyone. Actually, that is the only limitation that vendor has given for this tenant, because if you are able to assign user-based security to any person, it means that we are creating a users. It means that we can also make separate logins. Actually, when we are making separate logins, that person will be getting outside of control. We will be making our own login pages, and we can log in outside of vendor involvement. We can create a separate login and access their tenant. These things they have given some kind of restrictions in managing user-based security group. And today what we're going to see how we can create these and test these security groups. As for the security, whether these functions or the permissions that we are giving is working or not, be able to test that one and see the features of security group. But user-based security group, as I said, have some limitations, but I'll show you how we can actually handle this one. In your previous session with the diversions, were you able to see all these activities? Basically, I didn't remember about the location kind of thing. I didn't remember about user-based, but I remember while creating a role-based security code, not user-based. It's just the mentioned role-based means I created some of them. What about the location? Not location, not location. Just user and role only in cupboard. Create a security hack. Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead. What was the question? I was asking that tenant what you are using. I have to use the same tenant. If the details, let me know and I'll ask them, because I need to access the same tenant. You don't have access to the tenant now. That's it. Tenant, or maybe I might have different tenants. I want to make sure that's the tenant. You can ask people on the same tenant, but you can just check with them, save what Amit is accessing if you want to have access to the same tenant. I want to just make sure. I'll do that. Now be creating a user-based security group. Thank you. I see the user that I'm using does not have access to create a security. I'm trying to proxy as Logan. Oh, when you're creating a security group, you can find almost all the security groups with constraint actually. With constraint you're able to see. For a user base, you don't have a constraint and constraint concept because it's a standalone security group that works without any constraint and constraint model. But it is similar to a constraint model because it does not have any kind of limitations. It is a kind of powerful security group which gives access globally. Actually, you should be seeing this as an unconstrained model only, but you don't have any kind of specific type for user-based security group. It's a standalone security group. I'm creating a security group called People System Administrator, which is similar to Administrator. Since I have the same name, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more A to avoid the duplicate. Now user-based security group has got created, and for any security group that you create in invert, be it user-based, be it role-based, be it any other security group that you create in Workday, that security group has to be administered by a security administrator actually. A security administrator should be administered security group here because security for all the security in. Security administrator is the super user. For all the security that we create, create the security at which you should have access to view or manage those security group. There is a reason whenever we create any security group or any roles that we typically create those to be administered by the security administrator. This is by choice, that is the only option. Now we can create any only option and equal it actually. It's not a kind of mandate thing, but it should be done because every security administrator in Workday should have access to view all the security groups and have a control towards that. A security group. There is a reason why for every security that we need, we will assign security administrators as an administered security group. Now we have your security group for user base you have created actually. Now, once you have a security group that is ready for you, you need to assign permissions to them. There are two ways you can assign permissions. One is going to each domain and assign the security group, or you can go to the actions of the security group and assign all the domains in one go. Security group. Maintain domain permissions with the security group. Since domain security is based on view and modify access, what view access that you wanted. Modify access is you wanted to give. You must have a kind of plan for a people system administrator. Similarly, when you're creating her admin, you need to know what all the permissions to be added. Similarly, when it's treated similarly for people, system administrator also, whatever we are creating, we need to have some kind of domains to be attached. Generally, people system are doing nothing but a her only We just changed the name because to avoid the duplication, we wanted to have all the worker related permissions to be assigned worker data. All the domains that are having access to this worker data, you can find all these domains. All the HR data things that you can actually find. We need to select all one by one to worker data, or what is this? All the worker data access we're going to give for HR admin. Actually, when you're giving the modify access, automatically V access will come, because when you want it to modify, only if you're giving, you can modify now. If you're giving you modify access, automatically V access will come. But if we give only V access, automatically modify will not come actually. Only when you give modify access, view access will come. But when you give only view access, modify access will not. Got it? What I was telling you is we're going to add all the worker data and worker related permissions to this HR admin security group, which is going to access all the worker related data access. Actually, that is the reason I've selected all the worker data domains, just ensuring that all the worker data domains are selected. We have selected all the worker related data domains that anyone who is assigned with security group should be able to access all this information. For example, let's say you can see worker data benefits. If you can see here, the domain provides access to view employee based enrollments, including elections dependents, and all this is going to view. Show employee benefits to HR. Actually, if you think that this access should not have for HR, you can exclude this one, you can remove this one, you can remove this one, and even worker data compensation. Worker data compensation is another one which will allow HR to see. Employees compensation, actually anyone who is assigned with this domain will be able to see the compensation of other employees. If you think HR should have this, you can keep that. If you think HR should not have this, you can never, but generally HR should have access for all the compensation data in Workday. But benefits, I think we can understand benefits. It's not something as part of HR, it's something outside of HR. Should be, but compensation should be, any HR should have access to view the compensation information. I've created a people system administrator user based security group, and I was in all the permissions related to worker data, all the worker related permissions I was in. In case, if you see that some of the domains that have added related to worker data are not required for HR, you can actually exclude that one. You can actually exclude that. One, these requirements you'll be getting from your business whenever you're implementing HR. What are all the access should HR administration should have? Obviously, you will be, and based on that, you will be configuring a security group and you'll be assigning permissions to that security group. Got the domains they will specify by your business users. Or if you are part of any implementation team, you will be creating this HR administration. For every implementation, for every HR module implementation, you'll be creating this security group, and you should have some standards. Actually, what all the things should be added for HR admin, what all the view access, what all the modify access to be added, you'll be having a kind of understanding, and based on that, you can actually go and you can take some kind of a review with your business users also. You can tell them that this is what HR admin we typically create for all the customers, and these are all the permissions that we generally give. You can Review as per your organization requirement and let us know if anything needs to be added or anything needs to be removed. You let your HR know and they can review that, and based on their review and approval, you can go ahead and take it further. Got it? Why we are seeing some critical and warning about this. This is something specific to this tenant actually. It is specific to this tenant. You can see something related to role-based security got created is not managed with proper permissions actually. That is what you see with that. All the domains that are attached to this role have an issue, and that is populating as an adult. But that is not specific to the secondary that we have created. Our security does not have an issue. Some of the domains that we have taken where those domains were used to this role-based security group have an issue. That's the reason why you are seeing one question. These are the typical day-to-day activities by security administrator, whether they're who created, why they created, or in general, real-time scenario. People will create these kind of role-based and other users basically in the real time. In real time, these are all one-time activity. Whatever the user-based security that we will be seeing, this is a one-time activity actually. For security administrator, there are a lot of other activities to be taken care. One is internal audit, the other one is external audit. Review the audit changes, review the security changes, and do any kind of specific security implementation. Let's say if you're going for any kind of international implementation, how do you handle an international users or security, whether it is through user based or through location based? In that way, your security administrator will be involved and the responsibilities would be managing the security globally actually. This one would be one of the activity, but outside of it, there will be a lot of other activities also. Now we have created a people system administration security group which has all the permissions that we have attached. Once we have attached the permissions, we need to activate this security. Without activating that, whatever the permission that you have given will not become effective actually. Once you activate this one, all the permissions that you have assigned to the user base security will get effective. Actually, this is one of the audit track page where security administrators will be adding whatever the a scenario, any word, dates, ticket number or approval here, your security. Administrators will be able to track those ticket details whether they have request for making the security change or not. This is one of the area where the responsibility of security will be more actual. One question here, Amit. We added around 20 domain security policies. Earlier, now 63. Who will now if we activate all other sources? Back to matter, why this? No, 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 no. Now only me at this. But every domain that we are, there will be subdomains, actually subdomains that will be automatically added. We've added 20 domains only. But other than the 20 based on each domain that we've selected, have even a subdomain also. Though those domains also will get added, and that's the reason you see count differently. If we have selected 20 or 25, then how come 60 is showing is what your question is. The reason is each domain that we have selected might have its own subdomains also. When you are activating this, those subdomains also will get activated, and that will be showing in the list of activation. That's the reason we're using count difference actually. Got it? How frequently? Who will activate this pending? Everybody or some administrator will activate this pending secondary policy. Anyone who have security administrator access. If you're if you're part of a functional team and you're making some kind of business process security changes and you need to activate that in order to test your business process. That person who have access to activate that, they'll be able to activate this one. Anyone who have security administrator access should be able to activate our security. Conflict also is one of the delivered security group that also can be used to activate it. Security administrator will be activating in most of the cases. How frequently people will activate these? Immediately or once in a day. It has to be immediate the moment you make a security change. Your activation should be immediately actually. You should not be taking time actually, because your security changes will not get effective if you're not. Let's say you have made security changes today and you are activating this after 3 or 4 days. Within these 3 or 4 days, there is no security change happen and your security changes will not become effective since you have not activated them. It has to be generally immediately. That's a kind of best practice. You cannot leave that as it is and you can think that probably tomorrow I can activate that one. That should not be the case with the security. Whatever the security is in that you are making, you can inactive, you can activate the team. If you are not able to activate that immediately, then do not create security with those permissions. It would be a kind other practice that you can take. Got. Now we have activated that one. This is our security group. To assign this to user, one is, let's say, I wanted to assign this to. I wanted to assign this to Jacqueline. I wanted to assign this user based security to Jacqueline. You need to go to their security profile. Hmm. And go to the security profile, and security profile should be option called assign user based security group. If you want to assign any user, basically that you have created a user, you can see in their security profile, you can see assign user based security group. Click on this. This might not work. It will again vanish from the screen, but just an option for you. I'm showing you can use this option. If you want to assign user based security group manually to the user, I'm clicking on this. You should be getting an option to add, but it will not stay constantly. It will get wiped off immediately. You should be seeing something coming and going off now. it's flying up immediately. You're seeing that something is coming and going. I'm seeing blank only. I will show the other way. We have other way called through task, assign user based. Assign user based security group. There are two tasks. Even through those two tasks, you can actually assign. These are the two tasks that you can use. Assign users to the user based security group. Assign user based security to the person. One is through security group, one is through security profile. Actually, you can do. If I click on this one, it will not work actually. It will come and go off. You can see something is going if I take this one. Even similarly, you'll see an option to add, but its system will not stay constantly. It will come and go. You're seeing something that we need to add a kind of security group. You're seeing an option they need to give your security group, whatever the people system administers that we've created. We need to give that one, and that will be added to the person. It will again ask you who should be the person you'll be giving the person name or person employee that will be adding that security to that person, that person will be assigned to the user, basically will get an access to perform some activities, whatever permission that we've added. Based on it, the person will get access to perform activities. Got it understood? That way user based security can be assigned. For some reason, we are not able to assign this in tenant, but that is a process of assigning user-based security group. One is through getting to the employee profile, security profile, adding the security group. The other way is assign user-based security group task is there. Through the task, you can actually handle it. Understood? Now coming to the location-based security group. Here we can test this one. We can test this one and ensure that it is working effectively or not. Now let us see if we can create a location-based security group. The scenario here is anyone who is part of the location, whatever the location is, permissioned that we are giving to the security group, and those security group permissions will apply to the people who are part of that location. The scenario that I explained yesterday, vaccination one, actually if you wanted to give access to employee to add their vaccinations into work today, you can actually go with specific location. Actually, let's see that how it will work. Then let's take create a security group. Thank you. I've created a location security with add vaccination. I'm adding a location code Bangkok. Let's see first the business process here, and then you can represent a security BP. Vaccination. Thank you. There is an existing security group which I have removed. You can see add vaccination in the business process. And within the add vaccination business process, there are some security policies that you can actually allocate in the security group area of the business process where you can do who should get access to add vaccination. There is one thing that you will be giving here, and once that person get access, or you can see some more items here. If you want to automate this one through integration, is something should happen. If there is a case, you should be using this one. Add vaccination web service. Whatever you're doing manually, your integration can do that. When we do integrations in this scenario, because we are in large volume, or when you have, let's say, for all the Canada employees, you need to add vaccination through integration. Instead of giving access to employees, it's something in integration team will be taking care of adding vaccination on behalf of employees. If there is a case, this security group, this permission should have add vaccination web service. A permission should have for the integration if integration has to process all the vaccination details, that integration should have access to these. Web service fault add vaccination. Permission should have to the integration, then only integrator should be able to add vaccination to Workday profile. But in other scenario, add vaccination is the task that will allow employee to add their vaccination in Workday. Currently, I have removed the existing one. I will activate this one and probably will test before adding the security group and then add the security group and test it again. I'm going to activate this. Thank you. Now no one have access to add vaccination because we have removed and we have activated. We have removed a BP level and we have activated this one. Now no one should have access to that. Now let's proxy as that Canada employee. Sorry, that Bangkok employee. And proxy as Bangkok employee and see if she has access to add vaccine, because we didn't add any security group for her. But let's see if she is able to handle that. This is just this. I have not added any Bangkok. Now there is a Bangkok employee. You can see this employee is a Bangkok employee. This employee is a Bangkok employee. I'm going to proxy as this employee. Now I have interest. Bank of employees login. Now I'll try to add a vaccination. There's a task called add vaccination. She's not getting anything. Actually, if I'm trying to add a vaccination, nothing is coming up. Everything is blank, which means that the security is not there for her to add vaccination. Now, what we will do is we will actually proxy as Logan and grant her the security access through location-based security group, which we are creating will actually proxy that. Now log on. Thank you. I am again processing a slogan because she has an access to assign security for the user. Now you're creating the security group. Here I'm going to add Bangkok location. Creating the security group. We have added. We've created a location-based security. Now we're going to add permissions to that one. Add vaccination. If I go to this one, if you wanted to add any domains, you can add from here. Not domain permissions. We want to add business process. What we need to do, we need to go to that particular business process. What is the business process? Add vaccination rate. We're going to this VP. Edit that. Go to the security policy. No questions. Have access to this security group. Now I add my vaccination permissions to the location-based security that I have. Cross. Only when I activate this one, the permissions will become effective. It claims to be what you think. The data might look. We are going to get and see. Only one business process is added to the list, which is add vaccination. Now we have activated, the permissions should become effective. Now let's proxy as that employee of Bangkok employee. Thank you. I'm going to proxy as this employee because for Bangkok location. We added permissions to assign vaccination. Since she's only part of that location, she should be getting access to add vaccination to the system. You see, now she is able to get access. Earlier she was not able to, but now she was able to. One question. Let's say if I am not seeing some kind of task here. Let's say I'm looking at some task. If I'm not able to add, how do I add? How do I find out what task I can do, what task I cannot do? Is there a super user? This guy has all the task, access, or how to determine who is the person who gives those kind of access. This all the tasks in Workday will be based on the business process actually. Whatever you are accessing task rate, if you're not able to access a task, that should be based on the business process permissions action. If you're not able to initiate a transaction, that is nothing. But if you're not able to initiate a transaction, you're not able to access a task. Is able to access a task called add my vaccination, meaning that she have access to that particular business process. Actually, to add the vaccination, basically all the task permission that we typically get are from the initiation step of the business process. In the business process, will they mention would these users will have this access or they want to know? They will give security groups. In the business process, you'll have security groups who are associated with the security, they'll have an access. That's what we've seen when we have gone to add my vaccination business process and we've added the user that we have actually. What do you? To have a permission. All bank of compromise is what we have created that will give access to all the activities related to that. Similarly, you can do any other security group. Now we have taken location-based security group, which is added with vaccination permissions. And you can do with different permissions also, and not just to accession, but you can do with different permissions also. That will apply based on your location actually. If you're not part of the location, you'll not be able to. But if you're part of the location, you should be able to take your questions actually. Generally, as you mentioned, only based on the locations, based on some restrictions. We apply all these same things. These are these big things. These tasks will, or these are the domains needs available for these people based on the locations. What is it coming in based on the location to make build access? Earlier, we are seeing this task basically add my task. This task, this employee was able to add because of the domain that she's attached. Not domain, the transaction access. She is getting initiation actions to add vaccination business process. That is the reason she is able to handle this task. You have seen add vaccination business process in which I've selected add vaccination. We went to that business process, added that security group. To that business process security policy of the initiation step. Now, once we activate that one, you'll be able to initiate a transaction at, let's take Let's proxy to login and check with login access whether she has an access or not. Thank you. Now I'm as a login now. Let's see whether Logan has an access to add vaccination. But based on the security that we have created, she should not actually. But let's see. She does not have access to add vaccination. And my vaccination. Why she does not have? Location is maybe she's not belong. We added only to Bangkok. We were only to Bang. But she's not part of Bangkok. That's how your location-based security group will work. This is one of the example, but similarly, you can take any other example that works in similar way. Do you remember any by chance? I can practice those. I'm going to make sure. What is that? Any other example you can take a create position task. Create position task should be accessed for only India HRs. Or you can actually take that request. Compensation change access should have only for HRs of years. Actually, you can actually go to the business process and do similar activities. What is, in particular, employee profile and check whether that employee is able to add. The vaccination on vaccination and any other data element one is a create position. The other one is request compensation change. We have access to request the comp change for an employee. That's on the location how it works. You can take any of the domain. Now we have taken add vaccination in your practice. You can take a couple of domains actually. Let's say you are seeing employee compensation information. We wanted to see it. Only bank of employees should have access to be employee compensation. What you can do, what can data compensation domain you can add to the location based security group that will give permissions to that location who have access to view this information. I'll try that. Just try and see what are the differences that you're noticing. Generally, it will be specific security only. A tenant level setups will be specific to any configuration only. If you say SAML setup, you want to know that is a tenant level because that controls whole tenant to get into the login action. That is a tenant level setup. But this one is security accessing tenant. Managing a security group is not a tenant level setup. It's a kind of access issue actually. Now let's say if Jack is not able to create a security group, this is not a tenant level set. I would to know this kind of vision is maybe small things. Sometimes if we go work at somewhere else, you don't know what we are doing here. It should not be blank. Basically, whatever you do in Workday, you perform in Workday, you see in Workday is completely based on your security. You might be not having access to create a security group, but your same team member who is with the same role with you might have access to create security group that depends upon the security that you have. Create security group access will come with security administrator and also security configurator roles. Actually, security administrator is user-based security. Security configurator can be role-based and also can be user-based. Also, some organization just grant all the permissions to security configurator and assign to those folks who can actually perform some security activities, but security administrator is a super user. Security can perform any security activity. If you're not able to perform any security, either create a user, either create a security group. It's not something at tenant level, it's something at security. How do whether that is a security issue or that is a tenant level issue? There is a simple task for you. Secureable item. There is a task called view security for a secureable item, which will allow you to view security for a secureable item. This is the task that will allow you to identify whichever tasks that you're not able to perform. Whether it is a security issue, whether it is any other issue, this should be able to give you a kind of quick solution for you. Let's say you're not able to create a security group now. This task is create security group. Create security group. Go here and you should be getting what all the security group that should be assigned for this task. Create security. Group is a task that is under this functional area, and if you go to the security, you should be having any of the security group. Any of the security should be assigned to you. That will give you permissions to create security group actually. If anyone is not assigned to you, you'll not be getting access to create a security group. That is first thing that you need to know. Let's say now we have Jacqueline doesn't have anything, or you can be able to add. We will not have that at provision in this tenant. That's what I told. We don't have a control to assign security. If it is a role-based security, we can assign. If it is user-based security, we cannot assign it. Actually, if I go to Jacqueline's profile, now, I can see what all the security that she has, but I cannot assign her security because there is a limitation that has been granted in this tenant. Actually, if I go to her profile, something on the security side, if I go, you can see security profile. You have a lot of options here, assign roles and roles. To remove role-based security can be handled actually and assign user-based security. This is where you can assign security administrator to this. If I click on this, it will not allow me, it will go off, it will come and go actually. They do not allow me to assign any user-based security. That control we don't have. But in real session we will not be seeing this. Actually, it should be if you are a security administrator, you should be able to see everything related to security. This is clear. Security groups comes under where exactly the user, the specific task, the clear security group. But we are not able to add to Jacqueline. We are not able to add because Jacqueline is not a security group administrator. She is not able to add anything security to herself. Logan. If Logan is a kind of a security administrator, Logan should have access to assign security to Jacqueline, but since we have a limitation in this tenant, we cannot assign any security to the user in this tenant, actually only user-based security. But other security group we can create and fix that one also only user-based security. We have some limitations. I told you the reason also. We can create our own logins. Outside of them, create our own login and access this tenant. To avoid the things, they've actually restricted this to create user base, to create a user base security and assign that user base security to the user. Got it. Understood. Now the role-based security group, which is a very powerful and important security group in whole. Workday Security, we need to know. I think we learned the process also. Let me get into the These are all the steps that we have. We need to create a role first and enable that role to organizations and then create a role-based security group and assign that role whatever. We have created role-based security group and then when you actually create a role-based security and we have an option to see how you want it to have inheritance to be found actually with the role that you are creating. How do you want this inheritance to happen, whether to all the managers or to all the subordinate organizations, is what you need to specify. You'll be selecting those options once you create this and have roles assigned and assign some inheritance permissions. Submit this. Once you have submitted this, your role based security will get created. And then you can assign the domains and BPA security permissions to that, activate that security. And then you should be getting access for that role. Then we can test that user by assigning to few people actually. That's what we're going to do today. There is a task called maintain assignable roles actually. There is a task called maintain assignable role. Maintain a assignable role. Now, Jacqueline was not able to create a security group, but she is able to manage the roles. Actually, we need to know the difference because ideally, security administrator will have both access. Now, since Jacqueline is not able to create a security group, but she is able to assign roles in the sense there is a different security between these two tasks to understand the what is the security, but these two you can actually use the same task, that is review security for secure item and have a task maintain assignable roles. And functional area, and you can see here this has security administrator. And previously, whatever the what is it, create security group. Create security group does not have a security administrator, which means that Jacqueline is part of security administrator because she is able to create roles, but there is invalid security to the security administrator. There is no access being provided to create a security group. That could be the issue because Jacqueline is able to create a role, which means that he is part of the security. She is part of security administration. Security. You can know who are all assigned with this. Users. Also, if you go to the user-based security group, you can know who are all part of the security group. Also, you can see if Jacqueline is part of whatever I was saying. That should be the correct one. You can see some members. If you go to members, you should be able to see to all this security to whom the security group is administered is assigned actually. If you see Jacqueline the security, Jacqueline is there here, which means that she is part of security administration security group. Ideally, she should have access to create security group, but what should have happened is they would have restricted create security group permissions to security administrator. Instead of giving that permissions to security group security administration, they would have remove those permissions to security administrator. That's the reason, even though that Jacqueline is a security administrator, she is not able to create a security group, which is not usual thing that you generally see. Generally, security should have all the access related to the security should have. But even though Jacqueline is a security administrator, she's not having access to create a security group, means people have removed that unknowingly, actually. One question every week, every Saturday, that refresh will happen on Friday night. Will it come next week or it won't come? This always stays with this tenant. This tenant also refresh every week. No, this tenant will not refresh. This will go for. This will be down during the maintenance window. But this will not get refreshed actually. This is not when you get your system get refreshed. When you have a live environment, let's say Sandbox is there. Sandbox will go for maintenance window for every Saturday. It will get refreshed and all the production data will get copied to Sandbox. That's the general. But this tenant is not a live tenant. This tenant is not live tenant and there is no connection to any other tenant for this tenant. But if you're having a live tenant Sandbox, implementation, Sandbox, preview and your production, all these four are connected actually. All these four are connected. Whenever you're getting your implementation tenant refresh, you need to specify from which source that you need to get refreshed. But your Sandbox tenant is connected to your production tenant. Every week, when it will get refreshed, all the production data will get wiped off. All the production data will get copied to Sandbox. That's the general behavior. But this is a GMS tenant actually. This is GMS tenant, which is not connected to any live environment. There won't be any kind of refresh happening for this one. In case, if you need this, you need to place a kind of specific request. We have a GMS tenant. We have a GMS tenant and we need to have that refresh. But Workday will not do any kind of data refresh. If there is any kind of patchworks, functionality patches that they need to do, functionality is not working. In new version, the functionality is working such kind of patchworks Workday can do, but cannot copy your production data to GMS tenant because GMS tenant is a demo tenant. Actually, you'll not have any live data. You'll just have sample data that we offer in this demo tenant. Your live data. One question, we are working on real-time live data. Whatever the changes you already had in that tenant will go away or refresh it. Let's say somebody refreshes production data to Sandbox data, not talking about the GMS. Some changes happened. Definitely that will get wiped off. I'm working on any of the existing testing that I'm doing in Sandbox. During weekend, when they get refreshed from production, all the data that I was working this week will get wiped off. Actually, I'll be getting all the data that is sitting in production to Sandbox. With that scenario, what exactly how the process will somebody working on they have to finish it, or what are the process in general? There's a process actually. There is a process that you need to consider when you're going for Sandbox. Actually that Sandbox will be for only 1 week. And after 1 week your production data will get copied. As part of weekly refresh, you are knowing that. When this one, your plan of testing should be within that period actually. You're making any kind of testing, that testing should happen within that period. Once Friday your tenant is getting refreshed. By Thursday, you need to come back to the next, complete your testing and plan for deployment to production. But if a testing is taking time, you're taking more than expected. It is taking time. You have two options. One is reach out to Workday. Reach out to Workday through case saying that we don't want to have our Sandbox to get refreshed this week because we've not. completed our testing yet. Please do not refresh our sandbox. That Workday will exempt that sandbox refresh for that week actually. And they'll not be refreshing that one. And this request you need to place at least 24 to 12 hours before Workday that they can plan for that one. If you are just saying before or 3 hours before of the refresh time, they might not accommodate the option action. They need to have some time to manage this exemption, at least 24 hours to 12 hours you need to. Be a little advanced to update them through a request and they can consider that one. You can actually do continuously for 2 times. Third time, you cannot do this one. Today, you have some kind of emergency that you are not able to complete your testing. You can place the exemption request, and next week also you have the same kind of option. You can continuously place another request, but the third time after next week, you don't have an option. Workday will not accept the third request. You only do 2 weeks continuously. After that, they cannot do. They will refresh number. Automatically, the third week it will get requested. Another question. Let's say when they are implementing basically all brand new to the system. That time they won't have any requests. It's a GMS only. Let's say some X generally implementation will happen in an implementation tenant. Actually, implementation will happen in an implementation. In that name, typically called as a prototype tenant, we call it as generally. All the implementation will happen in a prototype tenant where it can be your existing implementation tenant or you can purchase your implementation for specific duration. Let's say your implementation plan for 3 months, but the just 3 months you can purchase a new implementation tenant which would be copy of your production. Now, when you're doing some kind of configuration work to that one, configuration work done, and since implementation tenant will not be getting refreshed, you don't see any harm action. Only sandbox tenant will get refreshed. You don't. Their implementation tenant will not get refreshed actually until you place a request, until you go and reach out to Workday. We wanted to have our implementation tenant refresh from production until you go and place a request with Workday. They will not be refreshing your implementation tenant. That is the reason why for all the huge implementation tenants, the recommended tenant is implementation tenant actually, because that will not be getting refreshed every week. On demand only, we need to request to refresh on demand only. When you have a kind of requirement that your input tenant should get refreshed from production, you go and place a request as how you place a sandbox exemption request rate. Similarly, you go and place a request that you wanted to have your implementation tenant refresh, that they can actually do that request. Minimum 6 months is what Workday recommends. That your implementation tend to get refreshed. Some organizations, because of the kind of data wipe off kind of concerns they will not refresh their implementation terms and they keep more than 6 months, 7 months, 8 months kind of things. With that, there will be a kind of performance issues you should be seeing, how we are seeing in this tenant now. Some kind of junk data performance is raising slowness, getting refreshed and all. Such kind of performance you might be, in order to avoid that kind of performances, in order to avoid that kind of performance issue, you'll place such kind of a request. In that way, thank you. You place a request with Workday for at least 6 months is what Workday recommends actually at least 6 months. You can have your input tenant to get refreshed. Go ahead. Thank you. Tenant management is separate actually. Tenant is the same. There is no separate role for tenant management. But anyone who is actually in a lead role or project lead role or a manager role will be managing the tenants actually. They'll be controlling each tenant when tenant has to get refreshed. Should be having on all, they'll be controlling that action. Not another role, but another responsibility. Responsibility. Basically, they know when to do, when to not to do. Take the nation makers. Let's say I've seen one of the last customer called Walmart. Walmart has around 30 million, 30 implementation tenants actually. They have 30 implementation tenants, and to handle 30 implementation tenants, including your sandbox, including your production tenant, including your sandbox, and around 30 to 34 tenants are there actually. In order to maintain these 30 to 34 tenants, a separate responsibility has to be created that the person who is managing all this tenant, the responsibility should be when each implementation tenant has to get a refresh. What is going on in this implementation tenant, and when refresh has to happen, even refresh has to be taken place for implementation tenants, whether it has to be from production, whether it has to be from sandbox, whether it has to be from other implementation. A tenant is what you'll be planning. You'll be coordinating with all the business users. Check with them what are all the activities that they're performing. After that, you will be taking care of the request that you will be coordinating with Workday and get that request placed actually. Similarly, you might be seeing multiple tenants, coordinating with each user who is using the tenant and have a tenant plan that would be kind of typically comes under tenant management process. One other question, last question maybe. Now every company will have only one sandbox and one production. Tenants or more than one sandbox and one production. You cannot have more than one production sandbox and sandbox preview. These three tenants are part of your subscription. When you subscribe for Workday product, Workday will give you three things. One is production, one is sandbox preview. All these three will be interrelated. Data actually, all your production data will get copied to sandbox and all your sandbox preview tenants during the release time, whenever it is specifically for release testing. Whenever you have any release, your sandbox preview will be used to test those release features. Actually, your sandbox preview and your sandbox. Release means release means go ahead. I think some lag is there. Go ahead. What was the question that you're asking? No. What really means we need to develop is something we change our system, then that is called as a preview, canvas preview or no. No. If we change something, no, that is not the thing actually. The purpose of Sunbox preview tenant is whenever Workday is going a new release, how our mobiles get updated with the new features. Whenever there is a new feature, our mobile phones will be getting refreshed, be getting a kind of update. You have some new features to get updated. Your new features will be updated tonight. Kind of message be getting from the mobile provider. Similarly, Workday also will have new features actually. Every 2 times in a year, this new feature will be pushed into Workday. Every year in the month of March, every year in the month of September. These are the 2 months where your Workday will be moving from one release to another release. We call that as Release 1 and Release 2. Release that will happen in the month of March, call it as a Release 1. Release 1 and release that will happen in the month of September will be called as Release 2. When this release happens, Workday will be pushing all the new features to Sandbox Preview tenant. All the new features will be first pushed to Sandbox Preview tenant, and we will be giving 1 month of time to analyze those new features actually, to just see whether those new features are impacting your existing configuration or are they good to move to production. Workday will give 1 month of that. Let's say if March is a kind of month where new releases will be moved to production. In the month of Feb, Workday will be pushing all the new features to Sandbox Preview. You will be performing some kind of testing, do some kind of analysis, prepare a kind of impact analysis to see that all the new features the Workday has provided are not impacting any of the existing setup that you already configured. But if something is actually impacting, you can report that to Workday, and Workday will be investigating that in that 1 month of period and see if there is an issue. They'll hold that new. They'll hold off that new feature release to production parent and they can go with other ones. But if there is no issue, that is just a kind of an education issue with the customer. They explain the behavior of the new feature and they let the new feature move to production on a defined date. Actually, a preview is a tenant that will specifically use for release testing. Whenever Workday is undergoing any kind of releases, Workday will automatically push all those new releases to Sandbox Preview and will perform testing there and then move that new feature to production. That is the purpose of preview, and your preview, Sandbox and production will be part of your subscription. Whenever you subscribe for Workday product, automatically you will get a preview and sandboxed in subscription. But implementation is something that you need to additionally purchase, will not be part of your subscription. You need to separately purchase that. There is a reason why your implementation tenant will be getting refreshed only request. With the customer request, because customer own the tenant actually because they have purchased. Additionally, they will be placing a request in case they wanted to have a refresh from production. But Sandbox is not that. Sandbox is a Workday provided tenant as part of your subscription. There is a design and defined process for Sandbox tenant. Every Friday it has to go for refresh and all the production data should get copied to Sandbox every week. Actually, that whenever you're performing testing next week, you should be playing around with the selected and latest data in both day. That is the purpose of Sandbox for you with implementation. Tenant, that means we have only three type of 3 or 4 types of new tenants. Now one is the implementation, Sandbox, preview, Sandbox and production. Where the development will happen in general, that's implementation tenant or some other tenant also available. It is a brand new development. If it is a brand new development that has to happen, that will start with the tenant only. That is implementation tenant because let me get you some additional information. You see my screen? Function sand Sandbox preview implementation tenant and then your customer central tenant. Basically, these are the 5 tenants that you typically get. Among these 5, this is not a default tenant. You need to additionally purchase actually. Additionally purchase. You can purchase any number because that's just based on your demand and your budget. you can purchase 2 implementation tenants. You can purchase 1, you can purchase 3, you can purchase 4, or you cannot. You don't need to purchase. Even there are a customer who does not have any implementation tenant also, because they don't need. They are not working on heavy projects. They don't have a huge demand on projects. They won't need any additional budget for this one. They can use Sandbox Preview in that space actually, because Sandbox Preview also will not get a refresh every week. You can use Sandbox Preview in this space actually to save your budget. For small customers, who are not using implementation, they can actually do. But in case if they get any kind of request to implement any of the thing in Workday, they definitely need to go for implementation, and they need to purchase implementation for specific duration. Now coming to the type of tenants, we have production sandbox and sandbox preview implementation customer central tenant. These three are subscription tenants. And your sandbox tenant will be copy of your production at least for 1 week. That you can call your sandbox as a pre-production tenant. Pre-production tenant because before you move to production, you will move that to sandbox, and there is a reason why it is called as a pre-production tenant or peak back production tenant. Peak back production tenant. Then coming to Sandbox Preview, as we discussed, it is dedicatedly used for release testing. And since the purpose of Sandbox Preview is different to actually do for release string, the space allocated for the Sandbox Preview is little lower than Sandbox and implementation and production. What we call it as a memory space or the storing space kind of thing. We call it as that will be a little less than Sandbox. Sandbox, then implementation, then production, because this is not designed for heavy implementations. This is designed only for release testing. You cannot perform heavy implementation in this tenant. In case if you perform, the performance will be little low. Your performance cannot be same as Sandbox, same as production, same as implementation. Let's say if you are running a report that is returning 1000 or 1 lakh rows of data in Sandbox, which is taking 1 minute of time in your Sandbox tenant. If you do the same in Sandbox Preview, it might take 2 minutes or 3 minutes, because the performance space, the memory space in Sandbox Preview is not equal to other tenants. Actually, that's Sandbox Preview. And then implementation, since at least a customer will have a recurring projects every year. Performance review has to happen every year. For every employee has to review every year, actually at least every. Most of the organization will go for 2 years, media review, half yearly review or annual review kind of things. But at least minimum to minimum, 1 review has to happen for every employee, which is annual review. That can be a recurring project actually. Performance can be 1. Compensation review can happen. Your compensation needs to be revised actually. On a year that has to happen. Compensation review has to happen. And then your benefits, specifically US employees. US employees will be getting benefits for an employer on their first day. They should get their default benefits actually. The benefits has to be allocated for every employee on their first day. And every year they'll be enrolling into new benefit plan or changing the existing benefit plan or add their dependents, add their children. Every year these changes has to happen. There is a defined period October to October. There is a period called open enrollment period, where all the employees of US will be enrolling these dependents or selecting new plans, removing the existing plans, waive the existing plans, and subscribe for new plans during that open enrollment period. And this open enrollment also is a project that will happen for 4 to 6 months actually. Even this is a recurring project. You have these heavy recurring projects happening every year, at least even for small customer. When they wanted to perform any kind of testing, any kind of a huge configuration for this one, your preview tenant might not work actually because the capacity of the a preview tenant is little low, your preview tenant cannot handle. In that case, at least one implementation tenant is recommended for every customer. What they can do is they can do these recurring projects and test that one. If there are any changes, they can perform these changes. Their implementation tenant is the first step that you need to step to perform any kind of implementations, any kind of heavy enhancements, any kind of heavy troubleshootings. Your implementation tenant is the kind of first tenant that will address all these issues. One question here. Basically, the job recruitment. Let's say we have everything, those where exactly it directly goes to production or where they are going to implement. Say I have to get a job profile or a recruitment or both things, any company that comes under recruiting module actually. There is a recruiting module that will be there whenever you, let's say you're a hiring manager. You are a hiring manager and you have a position called Workday developer. Workday developer position that you are looking for. You will be creating a job description for all the roles and responsibilities that they should be performed for Workday role. You will be creating a job description and share to the recruiter. A recruiter team will do, they'll reach out to Workday team and we have a job description for hiring manager from hiring manager, and we need to have a job profile to be created for that. Be requesting a job profile creation. What work the team will do is, since job profile cannot be created in as a kind of separate instance, once job profile is created, they will attach that job profile to the position actually, meaning that every supervisor organization will have members. No, they'll have members who are part of that, and they'll be reporting to the manager who is managing that supervisor organization. There will be a position in the supervisor organization where once employee fills that position, become member of the supervisor organization. Now, when you actually get a job description for your requirement, Workday team will be creating a position, or recruiting team can create either Workday team or recruiting team. Both, only these two teams can take this responsibility. If the recruiting team is not aware of this thing, the team will be creating a job profile and position, and they'll use this job profile in the position without position. Your job profile is blank. When you're creating a position, your position should be attached to the job profile. What the team will do is they will create position with the developer, attach this position to the job profile actually. What job profile will be consistent of is all your job information here. Basically, the definition of job profile is to define the characteristics of a job. It defines all the characteristics of a job. You'll be mentioning your level of the job and a description of the job which talks about roles and responsibilities. And your compensation, how much compensation that you need to get for this job. And then you'll be giving grade of the job job grade, and country or location of the job. All this information you will be making for the job profile. Actually, considering all this information, you will be creating a job profile and you will attach the job profile to Workday development position. Now, once you have job profile ready, what recruiting team will do is they'll do job posting. They will do job posting. In order to do job posting, they need to have a job requisition. Job requisition, which will be holding this information, which will be holding job profile information. They will take a job profile and create a job requisition. Once they have a job requisition, they will do job posting. Actually, what is job posting? Posting your job to the job market. Actually, it is a LinkedIn. Now create anything. They'll do your job requisition through job posting, and your job posting will be available for all the job portals actually, and any candidate who applies for a requisition will be treated as an applicant. Actually, they will be called as an applicant because they are applying for a job. They'll be treated as an applicant. Once they apply for a job, they'll become an applicant, and your recruiter will be moving this candidate to multiple stages. Candidate is applied for a job. Now the recruiter will be moving that candidate to interview stage. Once the interview stage is completed and candidate has shortlisted for the interview, and once the interview stage is completed, be performing another stage called assessment. Actually doing any kind of organization policy assessments, or on once assessment is completed, do a kind of reference check. Actually check employment reference check or background check. Anything can happen in this stage. Once the background check is completed, if there is a satisfaction result with the background check or reference check, your recruiter will move the candidate to offer stage. Actually offer session, where your offer letter can be released for the deploy. Once the candidate accepts that offer, that candidate will be moved for ready to hire stage. Actually, ready to hire stage will connect your recruiting system to core HR system, connects to HR system, and from here your hire business process will take the data. Candidate and hire into Workday. Business process will trigger and hire employee into Workday. This is how employee life cycle will happen from recruiting system. And here these two can happen before. Also, you're after your offer stage. If you're recruiting that after offer stage, you can perform a reference check and background check. This will come after the offer stage, or if before offering, if they wanted to do any kind of reference check or background check, they can do this and then go for offer stage. These two can be here, and they are actually, but this is the process how you typically see in Workday a recruiting process. One question here, we have these many steps. Where exactly this fault? Everybody directly, this happens on a sandbox or production, all these steps. This is a live transaction. No, this is a live transaction. You apply for, let's say you see a job, open job for a developer role in Amazon. And LinkedIn, you have seen that there is a open position over Amazon. What you will do, you will apply for that one. That will direct to Amazon recruiting system. Actually, once you apply for a job, that will hit to their Workday system, and their requisition will be having your application. They'll call you, they'll take all your information. If they feel that your qualifications are meeting their expectations, they'll schedule an interview. Once the interview is completed, they'll move your candidature. If you're through to the interview, they'll move your candidature further, actually to reference check or background check. Once that is done, they'll move your stage to offer. Once the offer is moved, they'll move to ready to hire, and from there Your Workday system will be hiring you into the Workday system. That's how that will happen, since this is the live transaction that should have production only when you're making this configuration, when you're doing any kind of a recruitment business process configuration. If you wanted to test this one, as how I've explained, if this has to be tested, whether all the data explained are working correctly or not, you need to test this in non-production term. You'll be performing any kind of configuration as production and do testing. If it is working as expected, you can perform live transaction Workday itself. Production itself, you can perform and have transaction. Process successfully got it. Generally, they will test it in lower environment or directly production environment itself. They can test it. No, test it we cannot do in production. If you're making any change in production, you cannot directly make the change in production. You need to make the change in sandbox and ensure that sandbox changes are working fine. Get it? And provide a sign off from business and then make the similar change in production. Sandbox is the one before preparing. Sandbox is the one that we doing for all the break fixes and small fixes. Actually, for all the time taking fixes, if it is taking more than 1 week or 10 days kind of things, you go for implementation tenant. Got it understood? Thanks. That's how you are. Recruiting cycle will work. And if you are managing Workday recruiting, will be this most of the organization. They will have a recruiting system in a different system and Workday in a different system, meaning that they might have Greenhouse as a kind of recruiting system, not Workday recruiting. They might have Greenhouse as a recruiting system because the cost of Greenhouse is a little lower than Workday. The thing that let's go with the Greenhouse. Only they say that all the recruiting process, whatever I've explained here, all this is still here. Till this process will happen in Greenhouse system. Job pushing, job acquisitions, applications, everything will happen in a Greenhouse system. And then once the candidate is ready to hire, you'll be creating an integration. Actually, you'll be creating an integration that integration will pick this candidate who is in ready to hire stage and process that into Workday. That integration will be taking care of getting the candidates from Greenhouse to Workday through integration process. Your integration will get that candidate from Greenhouse to Workday. Understood? That is a process actually. That is a life cycle of an employee which you need to know. All the security content, those are all actual content you should be able to get. But these are all foundation concepts which you need to know before you start knowing something about Workday. Good. Now getting into the security. I think we are almost closer to the time. Probably we can start creating the role-based security in our tomorrow session. But try to understand the difference. At least try to create a role today. Sure. Let me share my screen. Why we actually came to all the discussion? Because we were actually checking the security of maintain as a name. Because Jacqueline is able to create a role. But why she is not able to create a security group is what our question was. Because maintain assignable role is assigned to security group. Sorry, the security administrator, but create security group permissions are removed from security administrator. There's a reason why Jacqueline is not able to create that. When you go for maintain assignable roles, you generally will not see this many roles in real system. Here you see around close to 900 roles. Actually, 900 roles, that's a huge number and you will not be seeing that. In general, you will not see that huge number. You'll hardly see 30 to 40 rows. That's it because we will not have any dummy roles or any kind of testing roles here. And now here you can see with the same name, there will be a lot of roles. Actually, people will be creating. I myself would have created at least 20 roles by now. Oh, see, this kind of behavior in real tenant, you should not be seeing that huge count actually. Now, when you create a role, here is what you will be specifying where you wanted to use that role actually. Role-based security is nothing but in constraint. You will be restricted access based on the organization. That's why your access will be limited based on the organization. You can limit your security based on the organization. That's what your constraint access means. Now we are creating one role here. People partners. We have people partners. I can enable this first company. I can enable this first any organization. Wherever you wanted to use that company. Filter or the level you first define there in the role. Actually, let us we can append other roles also. Let's say we created a company later for this role. We can assign others also. We can enable. No, you cannot assign to when I say that you enable, not assign. Let's say people created, we just added only company. Can we edit again? We need to add company. Let's say now we have enabled for only company. Now, later on, after 1 week, you think that the same rule should be restricted for even costs. Also, you can come here and add cost center company, hierarchy, cost. Center cost, center hierarchy. This you can add location, hierarchy also you can add. You got. These are all the organization entities. You can also add a supervisor organization. Also for supervisor organization also, you can add supervisor is nothing but supervisor. Organization. We will enable this role first to all these organization levels that when we create a role-based security group when we attach this role to that role-based security group. That role-based security group can be used at this organization level. If you have not added company and then you wanted to use at company level, you cannot use that because you have not enabled at company level. No, you cannot use your role at company. That's the reason whenever you're making a role, you need to have a clarity. What is the requirement? Why you are creating this role where the access has to be restricted at company level or at location level or at organization level, wherever you want it to have, you can actually enable all those things and use it from there. What Workday role does here above, the left one before. Which one? This you don't need to give anything. This can be blank. This can be something. If there are any kind of specific roles for your organization that you have created, those can come here, but you don't need a specific Workday role here. All you need is your role that you have created and needs to be enabled for your organization. If anything's specific to the role that you have already created, that also should be mapped to this one, and both should be enabled for this one that you can do. but you'll not be getting that kind of requirement or that kind of possibilities when you're managing rules. And then here I told you for every security thing that you need to have it administered by security administrator. With that, you have all the required input. For your row you have added, and then click on your role will get created. And then when you create a role by security group, you'll be taking this role to role by security and manage. Those the show in it, yes. Wherever you've added the organization, that will be defaulted to that organization now, and based on you assigned to any specific person that will be getting inherited actually to a supervisor organization called the Workday. Or from there, if you create any subordinate organizations for this people partner, will get inherited to all the subordinate organizations. This is self-explanatory, restricted to assign self-assigned role. BP is restricted to single assignment. You can assign it anywhere. Once you have role-based security assigned with this role, you can go ahead and assign that role-based security group BPs. Anywhere that you wanted to control your BPs, you can go and do that. You can do it anywhere. Once you have a role-based security created with this role and assigned permissions, you can use that anywhere. One question, how frequently you would need to create these kind of roles when implementation happens at that time they will create, or generally now whenever there is a constraint requirement is there for every model, you'll have a role. Actually, for core HR, you have a role basically with HR partner, HR coordinator kind of roles. For benefits team, you'll have a benefits partner. For compensation team, you will have, for every module, you will have a role-based security that you will be creating, and depends upon the kind of a frequency that you will be handling and people who are changing from that role during the time support would be required for that. Let's say performance module is there. You are a performance reviewer for a company called India. All the calibration and all you will be evaluating the performance reviews and all. And you will let employee move their performance reviews to the manager. Now you have moved to another country or your role has got changed. Some other person has filled your position, and that person will be reaching out to your Workday support team. Hey, there was this guy who was supporting as a performance reviewer for this organization. Now that person moved on other role. I'll be in charge of this one. Get me that role assigned to me. That person will be requesting you, and you will be as a kind of workplace security person. What you will be doing is you will be changing that role from other persons to this person. Got it? That's kind of general support. General support at least you'll be getting, but again, a brand new creation you will be doing at implementation, even in your after go live also. If there is anything that specifically wanted to have, we have HR partner. Let's have another role with limited permissions who take care of employee onboarding activities and all. If that is a kind of case, you'll be creating a role based specific to the defined permissions actually. Got it. All defaults are already created once we implemented. As part of implementation, standard thing will be already created. We will create HR administrator, user-based security. we will be creating an HR partner who will be taking care of regional related things, HR data updates, and all that person will be taking care. And after you go, there is any specific request, there should be another role. Another role we are creating for HR coordinator. Let's have a role based security group HR coordinator who takes care of employee documentation, collecting all the documents for an employee, uploading them into Workday. Let's give these permissions to that HR coordinator. If you have defined that role, you'll be creating a role-based security group and assign that role to that HR coordinator. There is a role that we have created. We will be creating a role basically to assign this role to that and see how it works. Here, do we need to aware all the check marks or anything? You need to self assign. Restricted assign all these things? No need. No need of doing anything. You just need to create a role. Define a role, name, label it for what all the organization that you want it to and do not. As select any of these things, actually, you're not assigning for yourself, you're assigning for anyone who requests for that role. Actually, it's not self assigned. You'll not be selecting anything. You'll just add a security to Bristol as a reviewer. That's it. You don't need to perform anything else. Now create a security group. It's a new picture that my actions that I start. Box with proxy and my previous tenant I was not able to. This one, we need to manually specify start proxy and the start proxy in the actions I'm seeing now. No, you'll be seeing. This is you should be seeing when you use that frequently. You'll use that option when you use something frequently. You'll be seeing in start. Actions actually, oh, I have used start proxy multiple times today that you'll be. Attitude getting a frequently used list actually. Go to actions. You'll be getting frequent tab get. When you use multiple times, that will be getting adding there if you create it. Multiple security group. Even the security task will get added in the frequently used thing. Oh, I didn't notice I got it. Now create a security group. It will be the constraint one and give the same generally. It will be the same. Actually, whatever the role name that you have given, your role based. Security also will be with the same name. That's the standard that you need to follow. You can go with. Then naming convention, but the best practice is your role, and your role based security group will be with the same name actually. People, partner, you're going with the same name, which is something best practice that you can follow, having the role and the role based security group with the same name. Now, when you go to the role, you have the inheritance access rates that you can give and the role that you can pass. Since we've created a row with people, partner's name, I'm adding partner. The inheritance rate, it's your need, how we want to have this inheritance to happen. Let's take you have created a people partner role and we have assigned this to the top level organization. From there, what kind of an inheritance rights the you wanted to grant is what you will be selecting here. By default, the option that is selected is applies to current organization and unassigned subordinates means unassigned subordinates in this sense who does not have any manager applies to the current organization. When you are assigned to any supervisory organization or any company or any cost center, what it will work is it will inherit for all the organization that does not have any manager and assigned super does not have a manager. If you wanted to have this to be inherited only for the organization that does not have any manager, you'll select this option, but the mostly used option is this one A applies to current organization and all the subordinates. If you wanted to have the role to be getting inherited to all the subordinate organization from the first organization, when you assign this to the top level organization, first organization, and it should actually inherit it to the all the subordinate organization that you typically add to the last level organization. If you wanted to have inheritance, you'll be selecting this one. Used one actually, it will be used only for manager role. When you create a manager role only for when there is no manager. This will be inherited, but when you wanted to have this to be inherited to, or the roles that you typically create, it can be HR partner or benefit partner or compensation partner, recruiting partner, payroll partner, any other role that you create in all the modules that has to inherit to the all the subordinate organization. If that is the case you wanted to. Select this one and this is the option that will be recommended. Actually, if you wanted to have that to be inherited to all the organization. This is the option and if you don't want anybody, we give this information you need to assign, we need to select, these are we need to decide ourselves. It depends upon when you're creating a role-based security group. As I said, if you wanted to have this to be inherited, generally the behavior of the role, the concept of the role is inheritance. Actually, if you remember we know as part of core HR sessions in your previous trainings, you would have seen when you're creating a supervisor organization, some roles were getting defaulted. Actually, those roles will come from the selection here. Then you've created a company, when I've created a cost center, when I've created a supervisor organization, there were some defaulted roles that used to be defaulting and those roles comes based on your selection here actually. When you assign any role to the superior organization, automatically that role will be getting inherited to the subordinate organization and that is a concept which we know. And now when you create any new role, when you wanted to have the role to be assigned a top level organization and you wish to have that role to be inherited to all the subordinate. The third option is what you generally select. Applies to current organization and all the subordinate organization of current organization. That will be the option that you will be using. And then if you don't want to have inheritance to happen, the first option applies to only current organization. Selecting, but this is the option that you do, or for manager roles, you'll be going for this one. And if any specific inheritance level that you want to do, let's say there are 10 levels of organization. You don't want to have inheritance to happen to all the 10 levels you want to have. This inheritance to happen at third level actually. Then in that case, you'll select this one and give the third level, the hardcore, your subordinate level as 3 and your role will be getting directly inherited to that level. Instead of inherited to all the levels, it will get inherited to that particular level. Let's say there are 10. We want to have number 5, 1 to 5 to indicate that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or only 5 levels. You can actually go in this also. 1 to 5 also you can get, 1 to 5 also you can get. It's a special character taken. You need to mention the level actually. If you wanted to have 1, I can. If you want to have up to 5 levels, it will take. If you give 5 level up to 5 levels, it will get inherited. You got its subordinates 2 level. 2 level in message till 5th level. If you want to have this to be getting inherited, if you have 5, that will get inherited to 5th level. But this is the one that you generally select, which will be getting inherited to all the subordinate organizations. This you don't need to worry. This don't have any kind of importance. This will generally take care of if you have any open positions. Just getting access to those positions actually. The default will be as default. You will not be changing anything actually. Now, generally, if you are a manager role, you'll have access to the position that you have under. Actually, if you have 3 positions that you wanted to hire, you will have access to those positions. You don't have access to positions that are not under you, that are under a different organization. You will not have. That's what this means actually. Role has access to the position they support, which you are having access. You'll be able to handle those things that are under your organization. You don't need to worry about this. All you need to do is select this one how you want it to have inheritance. Roles will not be inherited based on positions, but roles will be inherited based on employee acts. This does not have any importance actually. Quote. Now you have created your role-based security group called People Partner. You have assigned your role, and whatever role that you have created, you have assigned your role and you have created role-based security. Now the next turn is assigning permissions to this role. Actually, you can assign permissions in multiple ways, either going within the security group and adding the permissions. Security group maintain domain. Here you will be seeing maintain domain permissions for security group. Let's say you wanted to get other personal information access. All the personal data you want to give to the people who are assigned with this role. Personal data you want to give access to this rule. All the domains related to personal you're going to add with respect. Specific thing, gender name, ethnicity, anything. Anything related to personal. Either it can be disability information, it can be religion, either it can be any other marital status. All these things comes under personal. You're giving all the permissions here. Personal data. You have given each and every data permission, and then you're going to be. What is that? How you selected all of them? I was trying to select, but I was not able to select it. Why I need to select one by one? Control it, control, control. Then after that, and control 8. You will be selecting all. Then I want to select all the payroll related or compensation related permissions. I want to select all the compensation permissions, which will give all the compensation data access. Selecting all the compensation permissions, and then I want to have all the payroll related. selecting all the payroll-related permissions irrespective of any specific domain. Complete access I'm giving for payroll that I can manage any of the payroll data in Workday. All the payroll permissions are selected, and then I wanted to also give some benefits. Permissions, benefits, data selected, all the benefit domains. Now it means that with the permission that we have selected, we have given personal data, compensation data, and payroll data, and benefits data, permission that we have given. Now, once you activate this one, your security changes will become effective. Actually, now we have given all the modify access, which means that can see and can modify. If I were to have given just for view cannot modify access. Now click activating this thing will make your security changes become effective. Thank you. Now activation has happened. We have role-based security ready to be assigned to anyone. Now we have proxied as Logan. What we need to do is we need to find one employee profile for whom we can proxy. And we can add this role and test with that employee. Whatever the permission that we have assigned, we should be able to assign one person and proxy that person and see whether that person is getting access or not. There is one employee called Mon. There is one employee profile, Monitor, for whom we can actually proxy. We should be able to proxy. Sorry, I can repeat. I last can go to before. What I was referring is identifying a profile with whom we can proxy and assign the role security which we have created without any other security. Is one of the unique person that we have in this tenant. Actually, you can find few other profiles also, but for this profile, whatever I've selected, we should be able to. You will not see any other security, but you can add just your security that you have created that you can understand the difference. Whatever the security you've added, you will be able to experience the security that you have added. Actually, that's what happened. I am able to first see this employee profile, what security she has. I will be able to see the user based security group, but will not be able to remove that. But let's see whether she has any root user based security or not. Going to security profile and assign user based security group. Let's see if there are any user based security group for her. There are no user based security, which is blank actually. Now she does not have any user based security. Now we need to check whether she has any rule based security group or not. It checking if she has any role based security group, going to assign roles. She has two roles actually. We are removing these roles in order to test our role effectively. Select Remove Select button, submit. Those two roles will be removed actually. Now she does not have any security. Role-based security she does not have, or user-based security also she does not have, because user-based security she does not have before, but the role basically just removed. Just checking whether those got removed or not. Now after doing, do we need to run any job, or we don't need to run? No, nothing. Nothing. Now the roles got removed. When do you use that securable item to affect immediately? We need View Security for Securable Item will allow you to see what access is missing and what you need to add. If you are not aware of any security that is missing for you and you need to get access for the task, you go for View Security for Securable Item. Give the task, see the security that is there for that, and see whether you have that security or any other user who need that have that security or not. You will come back and you will assign that missing security. Review Security by Security Rel item will allow you to identify the missing security that you wanted to add, for integrations that you wanted to add, for any users that you wanted to add for yourself also. For Monica, we have removed all the role-based security. She does not have any role-based security, and she does not have any user-based security also. But she might have got some permissions with default security group called employee as ELF, because she is an employee. She is an employee. When she got hired, automatically she becomes part of employee as ELF security group. Whatever employee as ELF security group permissions are there, she should be getting those things. Actually, now what we will do is we will proxy as this employee and not assign any role to her. Just see what she is able to access and then assign our role to her and then see the difference. Now proxying as her. Thank you. Now let's access Jacqueline's profile. Jacqueline's profile I'm accessing with Monica proxy. Now what are the permissions that we've added? Benefits, compensation, payroll, and benefits, payroll, compensation. And what is the other one? Personal data. You can see here when she proxied us, Monica. And when she tries to access personal information, she is not seeing any, only personal. Notes she is seeing, and she is not seeing any personal information which refers to date of birth, gender, and of tab that she is not seeing actually. And similarly, compensation and benefits payroll profile are not populating. See, nothing she's able to see. Compensation menu, she's not able to see. Payroll menu, she's not able to see. Benefits menu, she's not able to see. And personal information she's able to see. But she is not seeing any personal information here. Now assign the role that we have created to this Monica and see again proxy as her and see whether what she'll see. But before assigning the role to her, because we have created a role based security group which is a constrained one, We need to assign for an organization now. Since we are actually looking for Jacqueline's information, we need to assign for this that she can access that information for Jacqueline. Jacqueline belongs to, and Jacqueline belongs to one of the company. Assign at company level. See what company Jacqueline belongs to. This is taking time. Let me stop proxy. I am stopping the proxy. Now Jacqueline company or any organization that I wanted to see that we can assign that role to the specific organization. That she gets access to give that information. Jacqueline belongs to GMS1. Where do you see that? It went into a hide and already it came. In it, there only this is the company that you can see 00. One must you see is a company. What I'll do is I'll assign this whatever role that we have created for this company to Monica and then proxy that and see if she can get access to Jacqueline information because Jacqueline is part of this company. Go to Monica's profile. Thank you. I'm assigning role to her first just to understand the difference between before and after. Thank you. Now assign people. Now what will happen is whatever permissions that we have defined, for this people, partner role will be restricted for employees. If you are assigning this as a company, whoever are assigned with this role. In this case, Monica is assigned with this role. She will be getting access to those permissions for all this group of employees under this company. So now we have assigned permissions to Monica. Now proxy as her and validate Jacqueline's information and see whether she gets access or not. Or her access becomes a little different than what we've seen before. Correct. Boxing as her one question, do we interact? Do we need to activate? anything here. I'm only to activate once we are saying we are not making any security changes. No, there's just reading the security only when you make any security changes. That too for security groups. Only you'll have to it. Oh, again, you already created a security, and as I need a security to a person, no, you don't need to activate. Jacqueline information boxing. Now you can see it. It's a little bit difference actually. If you go to personal, if you go to personal tab, you see personal information got added. If I click on personal information, I'm seeing all the personal information of whatever that is there for Jacqueline. I'm able to see gender. I'm able to see marital status. I'm able to see other personal information. Because we've added personal information domains to the role, actually, and then earlier we were not able to see. This is a real the screen time. We wouldn't just match the painting that we could not leave, but is perfect for what we chat about today. In light, it's great for you. But just round the round and then open a round. Got disconnected, connecting it back. That way your role will work actually. Now you will not see this information for any other employee from any other company. Only for GMS company you will be able to see that, because that's what role-based constraint security means. Your access is restricted based on the organization. When someone asks you, what is the feature of role-based security, constraint security? Group means whatever you are seeing now, your delivery should be in that way. Your access is getting restricted by organization of whatever is selected. That organization can be company, can be call center, can be supervisor. Organization can be location, can be hierarchy also. Now we can see benefits. If you go to benefits, you can see. And if you go to pay, you should be able to see. Earlier, we were not able to see at least payment menu. Now we are seeing all the pay related information. Similarly, I think we should see compensation also. I think compensation permissions are missing, but we should be getting compensation in the same way actually. Now you are able to see some of the information that you are not able to see before. The road will be security and same way. Now Monica is assigned with GMS. Actually, now if she tries to access any other employee profile, anyone who is in Thailand. Let's say we underestimate speed. If I go to this employee profile who is from Bangkok, from Bangladesh, MSVS company, if I access her profile, Monica should not be able to see any other information. She cannot see personal information. Personal information she cannot see. She cannot see personal information and any other compensation benefits or in a payroll. She should not be able to see because she is assigned to view only US employee data, but she is not assigned for silent data because we have restricted that role for only US company, not for Thailand. Now, in order to extend this Monica's access to Thailand, you need to do the same. Extending the role to Thailand company, we need to stop the proxy before we do that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to Monica's profile. Sorry, you should assign, not proxy, sir. It's not proxy. Whatever the role that you have created whenever you created a role. People's partner. People's partner, and we have assigned for a company cost center, location hierarchy, support organization. Based on that, you're able to select a company here. If you were not selected a company there, you would have not restricted a company level. Since you have selected a company here, you're able to select GMS company or any other company. If you have not selected company there, this list would have not come for you because it is a company. You're not looking for a company because you have not added the whatever you were added. If something in the same name would be there, that should be coming or you need a search. Now I wanted to have this to be extended for Thailand company also. What is the Thailand? We added no company. Cost center and other things. I any one of them, we can enable it here, or anyone, any cost center. You can take any company, you can take any location, you take any supervisor, you can take, we can enable. GMS Thailand is a company. You're able to. You will be able to get this company because we have added a company there. You have enabled for company. That is the reason we are able to get here. If you have not enabled it for company, you would have not got GMS Thailand or also GMS USA. Also, you would have not got actually. We can add even the cost center of that Thailand bank account. You can do that. Even cost center also. I don't know the cost center actually. I know the only the name that it has. Let's see if it has any cost center name or I can find anything I don't know. What something is there for the cost center? Cost center, they can add location or location. We can add. Let's see if you can add location. Sorry, but we need to give the road. I think we will add location now. Let's see. I think we were at location. Now we have added for styling company. Proxy as Monica and see whether she's able to access that particular employee data. You can see the person information. You can see the person information. And then one question here, sometimes people will hide some of the information. Even though you have information, let's say they won't see some other personal information. And that, how do they do? Basically, they want to rest. Basically, domains only. Here you have gender, marital status, you have personal data. Gender, personal data domain, personal data marital status, personal data ethnicity. Kind of domains you have specifically if you feel that that personal information should be accessed. But gender information should not be accessed. You will not assign the gender information permissions to that role, actually any other information, but not gender. There you can restrict at either the attribute level. Also, you can restrict the security. Let's see. Maybe we will see. Now we have personal pension payroll. We are seeing this thing. At least we have to do this. Before we are not seeing payroll manual. Now we are seeing this payroll. The benefits. What is that? Benefits is missing here. Any restrictions benefits. Because Thailand employee will not have any benefits. Only generally US employees will have benefits, assigned benefit plans and all. Thailand and employees, if there are no benefits, will not be shown here or automatically. Benefits are not there. Even the permissions are there. What will be there to show? Nothing will be there. No. Got it, got it. That's why it won't show up. Benefits are not there. Benefits do not show up actually. Somebody might join newly and he might say, why I am missing all these things. That means, how do we check that information? Let's say, even though I moved from Armenia, thinking that since this person, this Thailand employee, does not have benefits and there is a reason why we are not seeing is what we are thinking. And just ensure that this is correct or not. What we will do is we will proxy out as Monica and Jacqueline have all the access just with Jacqueline access. Stop proxy as Monica. Yes, girl. Now I am with Jacqueline access. Now access this Embraer profile to see if she has, because Jacqueline has complete access. If she has benefits, it should show up actually. Even now the benefits is not showing up actually. Benefits is there, but let's see if there is anything. Nothing is there in benefits. Data is blank. Actually, you are not seeing any benefits. Rewards is there, but that is not a benefit actually. We have not given total rewards permission. We have given benefits permission. She is not having any benefits permission. If you wanted to see how benefit plan will be populated, if you go to Jacqueline's profile, the benefits, if employee has benefits, it will be this actually, and it will be this. We will be seeing all the plans that are assigned for chat link, just loading actually. You can see the benefits plan she is assigned with 401k plan, and she's having all the different information on this. If you see the same for Rugan also will have benefit because Rugan is from US. Maybe some people file in, I'm asking general tickets. Somebody might have said, I am missing this information from my profile. That means where exactly? Log in as a super user and check, or let's say person is expecting some information in his profile. When you join Workday Team Red, you will be having all the access for you. Your access should give all the information. I'm seeing low month benefits. That's the reason why she's able to see this tab actually. Can see she's assigned with the cumulative spending and 401k plan action. If a client employee for whom we are employee has any benefits, this she should have actually seen this information actually. That way your rules can be restricted actually. That is designed by Workday, or if nothing is there you won't see anything. Default or implementers will be in this side. If there is something, which one? In the previous, if the benefits is not available for dying gang employee, the job and that information, if it has default by system, or if somebody configure that way, if nothing is there, you should not. If you see US employees on their first day, it's kind of legal kind of thing actually for all US employees on their first day. When they're getting hired, they need to get some benefits actually for all US employees when I don't know whether you got some default benefits because you're working for a US company. When you have joined for a US company on the first day of your hiring, you should have got some benefits actually, which would be if you're a full time. employee. There are some benefits on your first day you'll be getting, which can be for you and for your dependents. Actually, that is for US employees. That's a kind of standard thing for US employees, any US employee. This is a kind of minimum thing that will happen, but for India, employee, the benefit providers will not be there in Workday, but for US employees, their benefit providers, Cigna Medical and Blue Cross, Blue Shield, all these things will be part of the system actually. All these benefit providers will be there in the system, but for India, for Canada, for any other country, those benefit providers will be part of the system. It will not be there in the system, and those configurations will not be there for other international countries than this country. Benefits module is specifically for US folks actually. That can be straight to say that your benefits module will mostly work for US employees and it will not work for other employees. And that's the reason why when you get hired in India or when you get hired in any non-US country, you will not be seeing any benefits actually. Benefits will be added for non-US employee. It might be as part of employment outside of Workday in India. Some kind of Mediclaim, some kind of things will be offered. But that will not be part of Workday because there won't be any kind of interface between Workday to other system for this benefit. I've just left it as this. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.